Chapter 142. In the Spear Field. Junior brother. Junior brother. Everyone was delighted to see Lin Feng. Lin Feng greeted them one by one with a smile. Senior brother Wang Chong, brother Tai. These smiling faces made him feel as though he had returned home. It was a warm feeling. The list for the first round of the selection is out. Junior brother, have you seen it? Wang Chong asked concernedly. Oh. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment before he smiled. His mind was completely focused on cultivation, and he had actually thrown this matter to the back of his mind. Everyone looked at one another. Lala was speechless. Junior brother, do you know who your opponent is? Looking at the solemn faces of the crowd, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. It can't be Fong Ning, right? It's Huan Yao. Han Xiling walked forward and looked at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes. However, she couldn't see any change in Lin Feng's expression. It's him. Lin Feng was surprised. I didn't think that I would have such an affinity with him. Ever since he entered the training grounds, he seemed to have been connected with Huan Yao. His opponent for the first round? Interesting. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. Wang Chong and the others looked at Lin Feng's relaxed expression and looked at one another in confusion. Lin Feng seemed to. He didn't seem to care at all? Junior brother, don't underestimate Huan Yao, Wang Chong said seriously. He's very strong. Even I'm not his match. Han Xiling's words caused an uproar among the crowd. One must know that Han Xiling's strength was ranked in the top 5 among the 12 Emperor Wu. Yet, she admitted that she wasn't Huan Yao's match. Be careful of his eye of illusion. Han Xiling's eyes narrowed. Thank you, senior sister, Lin Feng nodded. Looking at the beautiful lady in front of him, Lin Feng knew that she had put in a lot of effort into this matter. In order to make him take Huan Yao seriously, she was willing to say such words in front of all her junior brothers and sisters. A martial artist valued their reputation greatly. The fact that senior sister Ziling was willing to do so was enough to show how much she loved her junior brother. However, his face was cold and his heart was kind. But, Huan Yao, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. From the very beginning, he had never taken him seriously. At 7 o'clock, Frost slowly appeared. That white robe, coupled with that ice jade spear, had an ice-cold temperament. Very good. Frost looked at Lin Feng and nodded. In an instant, everyone was shocked and looked at Lin Feng with envy. Teacher Frost rarely praises people. Even senior sister Ziling, who was the strongest among them, had never received a word of praise from Teacher Frost. Thank you, teacher. Lin Feng bowed sincerely. Indeed, Frost had helped him a lot with the spear. Without hesitation, Lin Feng took out the spear-intent stone, which made everyone's eyes light up, especially Han Xiling, who showed a rare look of envy. Frost's expression changed slightly, but it disappeared in a flash as she looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Teacher, this spear-intent stone, how do I use it? Lin Feng asked. The spear-intent stone, as the name suggests, contains spear intent, Frost explained. A stone containing spear intent? Suddenly, everyone was in an uproar. Lin Feng nodded and asked again, but the spear marks on the spear intent stone are hazy, sometimes far and sometimes close, which is very difficult to understand. Frost was shocked when she heard this, and her eyes lit up. Have you injected your elemental energy? Lin Feng shook his head. In an instant, Han Xiling could not help but exclaim. Her face flashed with a touch of redness, and she covered her small mouth. Frost's expression changed again and again, but she did not lose her composure like Han Xiling. She slowly exhaled. Try injecting your elemental energy. Lin Feng responded, but he did not expect it to be so simple. Holding the spear-intent stone in his hand, the elemental energy in his body suddenly flowed, and in an instant, boom! Lin Feng felt his head explode. The scene in front of him changed abruptly, as if he had entered another world. Lin Feng looked in front of him in amazement, only to see a huge tyrant word in front of him. It was astonishingly huge, covering the sky and the earth. It was as if it covered everything, making the world lose its color. Sure enough, it appeared again. Lin Feng was surprised and happy. It was exactly the same as what he saw in the light curtain on the stairway to heaven yesterday. Suddenly, the huge tyrant word disappeared, and a spear shadow flashed in front of him. In the haze, Lin Feng seemed to see a shadow holding a long spear, practicing spear moves. The spear moves were not complicated, and Lin Feng was very familiar with them. The 18 basic spear moves. However, in the hands of the shadow, every basic spear move was incomparably profound. With a poke, it was as if it pierced through space. With a twist, it was as if it covered everything. This is the spear intent? Lin Feng looked at everything in front of him in shock, completely immersed in it. There weren't any complicated spear techniques. There were only the ordinary 18 basic spear techniques. However, regardless of whether it was the stab that focused on attacking, the seize that focused on controlling, or even the block that focused on defending, all of them revealed a feeling of looking down on the world. Domineering. With one spear move, the world was shocked. Blue Hunting Master is really generous. Frost shook her head. But Junior Brother is indeed worthy of the spear intent stone. Han Xiling softly agreed, and a trace of envy flashed in her eyes. Although she was unwilling to admit it, she was very clear that Junior Brother Lin Feng's spear talent was far better than hers, and even Han Xiling could not help but look at Teacher Frost. It's a pity. Frost sighed. If he had a little more time, Lin Feng would probably be the first martial artist to completely comprehend the heavenly spear art after the firmament martial god. Hearing this, Wang Chong, Lala, and Han Tai were all shocked. They did not expect Teacher Frost's evaluation of Lin Feng to be so high. Who was the firmament martial god? He was the one who created the top martial art, heavenly spear art, a super existence second only to the heaven-breaking martial god. In the field of spear techniques, no one could surpass him. Is it too early? Han Xiling's eyes twinkled as she muttered to herself. Frost looked at Lin Feng, who seemed to be enlightened again, and nodded lightly. In the virtual space. At this moment, there was a competition going on. On one side, there was the only anomaly in the training base, the advanced martial grandmaster, Huan Yao. On the other side, there was one of the 12 advanced Emperor Wu, ranked 9th on the scoreboard, Overlord Saber Lei Jiang. His mastery of the Overlord Saber was superb. Among the advanced Emperor Wu, Lei Jiang's combat strength was ranked 4th, even stronger than Han Xiling's. Both of them were the hot favorites in the preliminaries. It should have been a match between the two, but the result left all the spectators dumbfounded. In just 10 seconds, Lei Jiang was defeated. In fact, Lei Jiang had already lost from the very beginning. Huan Yao's Eye of Illusion had completely controlled the situation. In the first second, Lei Jiang fell into the illusion. The rest of the time, he was just in the illusion, pointlessly persevering during the entire battle. Huan Yao did not even move an inch. Oh my God, what a terrifying Eye of Illusion. Lei Jiang actually knelt on the ground in the end. Huan Yao is too immoral, humiliating others in a competition. But his strength is indeed ridiculously strong. Do you think Lin Feng can win the first round of preliminaries tomorrow? Stop joking. The points ranking is not a ranking of strength. In my opinion, even Fang Ming would have to kneel when facing Huan Yao. His Eye of Illusion is too heaven-defying. Before the battle even started, Huan Yao's aura had already weakened by 30%. Huan Yao used his unparalleled strength to demonstrate to Lin Feng. However, the latter turned a deaf ear to Huan Yao's words. Spear intent. This is spear intent. While comprehending the spear art, Lin Feng was completely immersed in it. The third realm of the spear art, the combination of Xingyi and Xingyi. So it's like this. Lin Feng pondered deeply. Every attack of the illusory figure in front of him deeply reflected the word perfect. His spear art was perfect, full, and naturally domineering. Although it was just a basic spear art, in Lin Feng's opinion, it was much more terrifying than his strongest move, the dive style. The combination of Xingyi and Xingyi. It's as if they have formed a complete entity, just like a human. Father once said that the soul is the general, and the spirit is the soldier. Xingyi should be the same. As he continued to comprehend in his heart, Lin Feng suddenly moved. He instinctively pulled out the ice soul soaring dragon spear, and his body moved along with the illusory figure in the spear intent stone. His footsteps were illusory, and his spear art was layered. From the beginning, he was unfamiliar with it, but gradually he became fluent and proficient. Using the will to control the form, forming the will, just like the soldier and the general, just like the spirit and the soul, combining into one and complementing each other. The more he saw, the deeper his comprehension. Lin Feng's spear gradually had a feeling, as if it had a soul and life. Every time the ice soul soaring dragon spear stabbed out, it was solid and calm. It seemed simple and unadorned, but it was like a great general who had been on the battlefield for many years. As he raised his hands and feet, his spirit gradually formed. Although it was not as domineering as the illusory figure in the spear intent stone, it was already at the initial stage and had some comprehension. What a terrifying comprehension ability! Bing Shuang's expression instantly changed. Even with her rich experience, she had never seen a genius like Lin Feng. Junior brother Lin Feng. Han Xialing's eyes flickered, and she shook her head. It was frustrating to compare oneself to others. The first time she saw Lin Feng, it was in the spear martial arts arena. At the moment when Lin Feng had an epiphany, he had just entered the second stage of the spear intent realm. But now, in less than half a month, Lin Feng had not only reached the second stage of the spear intent realm, but he had even peaked into the third stage. The speed was so amazing that it made people speechless. I'm afraid that in another half a month, Junior Brother's spear intent realm will surpass mine. Han Xialing could not help but sigh softly. For a moment, there was an inexplicable, complicated feeling. Although he has the help of the spear intent stone, his comprehension ability is really amazing. Bing Shuang looked at Lin Feng, showing a look of appreciation. It was like a flower that she had planted with her own hands, slowly blooming and blooming. There was an inexplicable satisfaction in her heart. Time passed slowly. One's first cultivation was usually fruitful. Whoosh! Lin Feng's spear finally stopped. Her bright and hazy eyes slowly bloomed, like a star that suddenly lit up. The cultivation was over. Chapter 143. 33rd Layer of Heaven. To Lin Feng, this was the best place to practice his foundation spear arts. Perhaps the first layer of heaven was only an hour, but with each layer, he could stay for 8 hours at the 5th layer. The 6th layer of heaven, 16 hours. The 7th layer of heaven, 32 hours. Although I'm still unable to use spear techniques to resist the 7th layer of heaven, just the first 6 layers of heaven. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly as he nodded. That's 31.5 hours, a full 2.5 days. Many a little makes an ocean. Although he could only enter the 33rd layer of heaven once a day, he could gain 2.5 days each time. 1 month of cultivation was equivalent to 3 or 4 months of cultivation. It was quite amazing. If I can completely master the third realm of spear arts, Xingyi fusion, or improve my movement technique. Lin Feng clenched his fist and thought to himself, I can use spear techniques to resist the 7th layer of heaven's 8-clawed Emperor Fox. At that time, I can gain another 32 hours of training time every day. Every time he advanced to the next heaven, the time he needed to cultivate would double. What he lacked the most now was time, and time. As for the 8th layer of heaven, Lin Feng completely gave up on thinking about the Earth Spirit Beast steel-backed Earth Dragon with incomparable defense. What a joke! To be able to kill it with soul power was already not bad. The 9th layer of heaven, Dragon Berserk Crocodile, Black-Winged Flying Dragon, and Heaven-Devouring Beast. When the 3 Lord-class Spirit Beasts appeared, even the heavens and earth were shaken. Crawling, flying, and walking beasts, 3 types of attacks. Dragon Berserk Crocodile, Black-Winged Flying Dragon, and Heaven-Devouring Beast could easily tear apart the 8th layer of heaven's steel-backed Earth Dragon. And when the 3 beasts gathered together, it was definitely a nightmare for any martial artist. It was hard to imagine that this was actually a beginner-level Emperor Wu's test mission, a mission that was almost impossible to complete. However, it just so happened to meet a freak like Lin Feng. Die? Lin Feng clenched his teeth and shouted. His last strand of soul force shot out like an arrow. Even though his soul power had greatly increased after the mutation, he still had to face 3 top-ranked spirit beasts. Screech, the black-winged flying dragon, fiercely spat out flames, wanting to kill this puny existence that dared to offend the draconic might. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed in front of his eyes, and the black-winged flying dragon's head suddenly shook with a loud rumble, as if a huge spike had pierced through it. Intense pain instantly spread throughout its entire body. Lin Feng stood there with a pale face, weak and dizzy. Looking at the black-winged flying dragon with sparkling eyes, Lin Feng sighed with emotion. When he was in the mysterious sea of fire, he was chased by it to the point of hovering between life and death. Although it was a blessing in disguise, and he managed to snatch a dragon egg, the memory was still fresh in his mind. And now, the black-winged flying dragon's eyes gradually lost their luster. The flames that seemed to be burning on the outside of its body gradually dimmed, and its huge wings could no longer flap. Suddenly, the black-winged flying dragon plummeted from the sky, letting out an incomparably loud rumble. Lin Feng looked at it and revealed a tired smile. Fortunately, he succeeded in the end. He no longer had the strength to fight. Congratulations, beginner apprentice. 9th layer of heaven pass. That familiar voice rang out once again. This time, it was less solemn and more light. However, Lin Feng, who had exhausted his soul power, was now in a daze. Not to mention distinguishing the tone of the voice, even the content of the voice. Lin Feng also couldn't hear it clearly. 10th layer of heaven, begin. The scene in front of him changed abruptly, and a powerful energy covered his entire body. Lin Feng's lifeless eyes suddenly shone brightly. His body once again recovered. Feeling the return of his strength, his mind was clear and natural. Lin Feng closed his eyes as if he could see the bright ball of light, gathering his soul power and sweeping away the decline from before. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. No matter what, he finally reached the 10th layer of heaven. What will be the last layer of beginner Emperor Wu's level? Lin Feng was very curious. The 11th layer of heaven was the first layer of heaven of intermediate Emperor Wu. Therefore, although no warrior had ever entered the 10th layer of heaven, it was recognized as the last level of beginner Emperor Wu. Soon, the answer was revealed, accompanied by a flash of golden light. Suddenly, the golden light was as bright as the stars, converging towards the center. Lin Feng couldn't help but be stunned. This scene, how similar was it? 5th layer of heaven. Lin Feng immediately reacted and smiled. The 10th layer of heaven, the last light card of beginner Emperor Wu, is actually the reward. Lin Feng's mouth curved slightly, and his eyes shone brightly. It was completely unexpected. So every 5th layer of heaven is a boundary. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. No wonder the first 5th layer of heaven and the last 5th layer of heaven's test are completely different. In the 5th layer of heaven, the level of my body movement and spear technique improved tremendously. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. Without a doubt, the opportunity had appeared again. In an instant, the golden figure of light had already condensed. It was very similar to the white figure of light in the 5th layer of heaven, except that the color was different. No, the strength is also different. Lin Feng's face was solemn. Once the move was made, it would be obvious whether it was real or not. The speed of the golden figure of light was exactly the same as the white figure of light, but the movement and rhythm of its footsteps were completely different. With just one step, it was already in front of Lin Feng. That step was incomparably mysterious, as if it had stepped through space, completely sealing off all of Lin Feng's escape routes and controlling everything around it. An extremely terrifying body movement. This is an excellent level body movement. Although Lin Feng was prepared, he was still shocked. Body movement, above the perfect level, The next level was excellent level. In an instant, Lin Feng's eyes were clear, and his soul power was violently released. However, it only blocked the golden figure of light for a moment, and Lin Feng quickly retreated. But in the next instant, the domineering spear intent of the golden figure of light suddenly exploded. Boom! After coming out of the 33rd layer of heaven, Lin Feng was still overwhelmed with emotions, and he was unable to calm down. Despite the restriction of soul power, he was still completely defeated. He was almost instantly killed. The last move of the 4th level of the Firmament Spear Art, Hunting Move. Using the combination of forms and will spear technique realm, the golden figure of light completely suppressed him. In an instant, the surrounding space was completely sealed, and the golden-winged crown eagle in the air was like hunting prey, easily killing him. So powerful, Lin Feng was not discouraged at all, and instead felt excited. Just like the 5th layer of heaven, such benefits could only be hoped for. Body movement level, excellent level spear technique realm, combination of forms and will. Obviously, the golden figure of light was his current sublimated version. So this is what combination of forms and will is like. Lin Feng nodded, thinking about the battle just now, and fell into deep thought. Although it was only for a moment, he had benefited a lot. Compared to the excellent level body movement that he still could not touch, his spear technique realm, because of the comprehension of the spear intent stone, had already entered the 3rd realm. Therefore, he had gained a lot of insights. The scoreboard was closed before the end of the qualifiers. No one knew that among the 33rd layer of heaven, Lin Feng had actually passed through the 9th layer of heaven, including Blue Hunter. The technology of the Tianwu continent was far inferior to the ancient civilization from 10,000 years ago. For example, the ancient civilization's machinery, not to mention the analysis and manufacturing, even the most basic energy replenishment was impossible, let alone the ancient ruins from 10,000 years ago. That was the civilization that had truly reached the peak. The 33rd layer of heaven, as a part of the ancient ruins, how could it be controlled by humans? In the illusory world, the light screen stairway to heaven. At this time, it was extremely lively, and the light screen stairway to heaven flashed with a list of all the battles in the 1st round. Among them, there were 2 battles that attracted the most attention. One was Fong Ning against Dugu Feng. Fong Ning was the well-deserved emperor of the training base, while Dugu Feng was the strongest among the 12 high-level Emperor Wu and the one closest to the titled martial god. It was extremely interesting. He Xiong was unwilling to be left out, and he had already resumed his old profession and opened a gambling house. He originally thought that Fong Ning had won the hearts of the people, but he did not expect that there were many students who bet on Dugu Feng, and it was actually 4-6 with Fong Ning, only slightly inferior. The other battle was Lin Feng against Huan Yao. It was also quite exciting, especially since Huan Yao had been so high-profile before the battle. In just one day, he had consecutively defeated 3 high-level Emperor Wu experts, including the 9th on the scoreboard, Overlord Blade, Lei Jiang. Although Huan Yao had been defeated by Lin Feng time and time again, he had turned the tables this time. Only 20% of the people bet on Lin Feng, but as many as 80% bet on Huan Yao. It was enough to show the scale of the people's hearts. February 2nd noon. In the illusory world, all the students were gathered. How could they miss such a grand event like the preliminaries? To be able to watch a battle between experts at such a close distance, not only was it eye-opening, but they could also learn a lot. Fong Ning, little Jian. Lin Feng smiled and walked over. The 2 of them turned around and greeted Lin Feng with a smile. Ever since the scoreboard ended in January, the 3 of them seemed to have formed a small group. There was a feeling of mutual appreciation. It seems like, Lin Feng, you are very confident? Little Jian raised his eyebrows and smiled casually. Lin Feng smiled non-committally and glanced at Fong Ning. Aren't you guys the same? My opponent, Feng Hao, is only ranked 29th on the scoreboard. Naturally, an intermediate Emperor Wu won't be pressured. Little Jian shrugged and glanced at Fong Ning. The corner of his mouth twitched. Not to mention this guy. Even Hunting Master Blue has spoken. One spot is already taken. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, although Hunting Master Blue did not say it explicitly, the meaning behind his words was very clear. Fong Ning's battle strength was unparalleled in the training base. Hunting Master Blue is just flattering me. Fong Ning smiled. Stop pretending to be humble. Do you dare to say that you are not confident? Little Jian glanced at Fong Ning and snorted. Fong Ning smiled and did not answer. However, it was obvious that he had already given a silent answer. Looking at the two who were fighting, Lin Feng could not help but smile. At that moment, he suddenly felt a burning gaze behind him. A chill ran down his spine. Lin Feng sensed it and turned around. He saw Huan Yao's eyes filled with hatred and jealousy looking at him. Lin Feng, you will definitely lose today. Huan Yao's face was ferocious, and his voice was sharp. Instantly, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Lin Feng smiled and suddenly said something that caused Huan Yao's face to turn deathly pale. If that's the case, how about a bet? Second update, there are 2 more updates today. Don't worry, everyone. Starry Sky Fiery is Xiao Xiao's first time writing a book full-time. I will definitely not allow myself to be careless and unfinished. Xiao Xiao works more than 12 hours a day. I have parents and a wife at home. In short, Xiao Xiao can't be lazy. Heaven rewards the diligent. Xiao Xiao will do his best to write new chapters. You'll enjoy it too. Xiao Xiao can also earn more money from milk powder. As the saying goes, both sides benefit from cooperation, right? Carrot, carrot. Here, Xiao Xiao shamelessly continues to ask for subscriptions and recommendation votes. Chapter 144. A bet? Instantly, everyone thought of Huan Yao's loquat face and burst into laughter. To Huan Yao, it was an unforgettable mark. Lin Feng, Huan Yao's eyes burned with anger as he gritted his teeth. Forget it if you don't want to bet. Lin Feng revealed an indifferent expression. He then turned around and ignored Huan Yao. If he continued to roar and provoke Huan Yao, he would only embarrass himself like a mad dog. Huan Yao panted, but there was nothing he could do to Lin Feng. Huan Yao's face turned green in the face of the crowds, pointing and whispering. Just as he was about to leave, a voice that drove him crazy came from behind. All right, don't forget that you still owe me 1 billion Tianwu coins. Boom! Huan Yao exploded in anger. Huan Yao's teeth chattered as his body trembled violently. He seemed to hear all kinds of laughter, and his face turned red. Huan Yao turned around and glared at Lin Feng with hatred. He roared, Lin Feng, I'll make you regret it. He's already angered and lost his rationality. Little Jian shook his head. With such a temperament, it's hard for him to achieve anything. It's a waste of his talent. Huan Yao has fallen into a trap. Little Jian looked at Lin Feng and gave him a thumbs up. You won 3 points before the battle. Good plan. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. He didn't deliberately scheme against Huan Yao. He could only blame himself for being narrow-minded and being too extreme in his thinking. He brought this upon himself. Soon, Blue Hunter appeared. The qualifiers had officially begun. The first round, Han Xiling versus Wu Jiong. Blue Hunter said indifferently. Wu Jiong was a skinny man with bright eyes. He was obviously a heavenly spirit master. Compared to Han Xiling, who was ranked 11th, Wu Jiong was only ranked 27th. He barely made it into the list of competitors. Good luck, senior sister Xiling. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Han Xiling revealed a rare smile. Without saying anything, she entered the illusory space. The two of them got into position, and in an instant, the huge light screen flickered with a white light and suddenly brightened. Han Xiling and Wu Jiong were standing in the vast and boundless plain, looking at each other from afar. Their bodies were surrounded by a thin layer of light. Although Lin Feng had never entered the illusory space before, he had seen it before. He was often in the illusory world with his senior brothers and sisters, so he understood. Within the circle of light was an isolated space. At this time, the two parties could not move, nor could they see each other's existence. Only dang! The sound of a bell rang out. The circle of light disappeared in an instant, and Han Xiling and Wu Jiong moved. Obviously, both of them were extremely familiar with battles in the illusory space. The battle quickly ended. Han Xiling won easily with an absolute advantage. In a real battle like this, dark horses rarely appeared. Unable to use the power of a celestial spirit master, Wu Jiong's strength as a middle-level Emperor Wu was worlds apart from Han Xiling's. "You're amazing, senior sister." Lin Feng gave her a thumbs up. It was true that he praised her from the bottom of his heart. Although it was only for a short moment, Han Xiling's final strike that killed Wu Jiong was a complete demonstration of the third realm of spear techniques. To be able to rank in the top 5 among the 12 middle-level Emperor Wu, Han Xiling definitely deserved her reputation. "You have to win too." Han Xiling's eyes sparkled. "Of course," Lin Feng replied with a smile, his expression full of confidence. After this dull yet exciting first battle, the qualifier began in a flurry. Everyone feasted their eyes as they watched the battles between the powerhouses. Most of the warriors benefited from it and learned something. How could they have such an opportunity under normal circumstances? The second battle, the third battle, the fourth battle. Very quickly, out of the 16 battles, 10 of them were decided. "The middle-level Emperor Wu has the upper hand," Lin Feng said. In these 10 battles, the middle-level Emperor Wu won all the battles cleanly. The difference of 1 level was extremely huge. Not only did his strength increase, but his speed also doubled. Even if the middle-level Emperor Wu's movement technique was 1 level higher, he could not gain any advantage. Of course, the qualifiers prioritize the middle-level Emperor Wu, Fong Ning said calmly. After entering the primordial ruins, the middle-level Emperor Wu has a higher survival rate than the middle-level Emperor Wu. Lin Feng looked at Fong Ning curiously. It was obvious that he knew a lot about the primordial ruins. Fong Ning smiled. "The more powerful you are, the more you'll gain, and the less danger you'll face. You and little Jian don't have to rush. It won't be too late to wait for another month." "I didn't plan to go this month anyway," little Jian shrugged and said casually. "Besides, there's a free scout. It'll be a waste not to use it. It won't be too late to go after you come back from the primordial ruins and share your experience with me." Fong Ning smiled. What a good plan. Looking at the two of them teasing each other, Lin Feng could not help but smile. It would not be too late to decide whether to go or not. As for the qualifiers, of course, he had to win. The 12th battle, Lin Feng versus Huan Yao, Blue Hunter's voice sounded. A bright light flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. Finally, it was his turn. "Don't lose," little Jian chuckled. "Good luck." Fong Ning extended his hand. "Don't worry." Lin Feng extended his right fist, and the 3 fists bumped into each other. Turning around, Lin Feng stepped into the illusory space and looked around. Wang Chong, Lala, Xiao Xiaoro. These friends he had made in the training base were all cheering for him. Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. In comparison, Huan Yao seemed to be unpopular. There was not even a single person cheering for him. Indeed, with such a narrow-minded and self-deprecating person, how could he make friends? Entering the illusory space, the two of them stared at each other. Seeing the resentment in Huan Yao's eyes, Lin Feng could not help but sigh softly. Just as Fong Ning had said, with such a temperament, it would be difficult for him to achieve great things. The strong can control their personalities, and the weak are controlled by their personalities. Lin Feng looked at Huan Yao with sympathy. Clearly, Huan Yao was the latter. Soul mutation, an incomparably heaven-defying talent. In the Qianwu continent, it was rare to see such a talent, but whoosh, a white light flashed. Lin Feng felt as though his body was enveloped by a strange energy. In an instant, a strong sense of dizziness came over him, as though he was in the 33rd layer of heaven. When he came back to his senses, he seemed to have entered an unfamiliar body. He could not feel the origin fire nor the illusory armor. He could only feel his own existence. But, holding the ice soul, soaring dragon spear, Lin Feng could not help but smile. With this, it was enough. In front of him, a faint white light enveloped him. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, and he felt as though he was in a mysterious, independent space. Closing his eyes, Lin Feng suddenly felt the existence of the ball of light. His soul energy slowly spread out. In an instant, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Don't lose, Huan Yao. I bet a total of 80 million Tianwu coins. Don't worry, we'll definitely win this round. No matter how good Lin Feng's talent is, can he compare to Huan Yao? That's right. Once the Eye of Illusion is used, who can compete with him? That Overlord Saber, Lightning General, couldn't even last 10 seconds. Lin Feng, a mere low-level Emperor Wu, is nothing. Everyone spoke one after another. Clearly, they were more optimistic about Huan Yao. Indeed, although Lin Feng was ranked second in the rankings, no one knew how strong he was. However, Huan Yao had defeated 3 high-level Emperor Wu consecutively in a single day. It was obvious who was superior. Junior brother will definitely win. Lala snorted with disdain. Of course. I bet everything on junior brother Lin Feng to win. Wang Chong patted his chest. He will win. Han Xiling nodded lightly. At this moment, amidst the noisy discussions, Lin Feng and Huan Yao were ready. The battle would soon begin. Who would win? Dang! The crisp sound of a bell rang. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Before the light circle that was as thin as a cicada's wings completely disappeared, his figure had already dashed out like a cheetah and charged towards Huan Yao. His speed was extremely fast. Oh my God! What's going on? Outside the illusory space, everyone was stunned. One must know that before the halo disappeared, it was as if they were in 2 separate spaces. The combatants couldn't sense each other's presence. However, Lin Feng seemed to be able to predict the future as he charged toward Huan Yao. Was this a coincidence? Of course not. How could there be so many coincidences in this world? Although Lin Feng couldn't sense Huan Yao's aura, he knew where he was. The crisp sound of the bell still reverberated in his mind. Lin Feng had already charged forward. The Eye's soul soaring dragon spear shone with a cold light, domineering and domineering. He who strikes first gains the upper hand. At this moment, everything in front of them became bright. Almost at the same time, Lin Feng and Huan Yao saw each other clearly. They were less than 100 meters apart. What's going on? Huan Yao's expression changed. Before he could react, a bright light had already appeared in front of him. No! Huan Yao roared crazily. In an instant, his eyes shone with 7-colored light, constantly changing. Huan Yao's ultimate move, Illusion Eye. Lin Feng seemed to see a hazy illusion in front of him. The spinning space attacked him with an astonishing absorption force, pulling at his body. A scorching light shot into his mind. Instantly, Lin Feng felt his mind tremble. At this time, the bright ball of light in his mind was radiating light in all directions like a small sun. It absorbed all the soul power around it, and in an instant, it completely cleared away all the foreign things. Scram! Lin Feng's eyes lit up. In terms of soul power, how could he be weaker than Huan Yao? No, impossible. Huan Yao's expression changed. He was overwhelmed with shock. This was the first time his illusion eye failed. It was as if he had hit a wall. At this moment, Lin Feng's spear arrived. The Eye's soul, soaring dragon spear's battle intent surged. It was as if it had transformed into a golden-winged crown eagle. Its golden wings let out a loud cry as it swooped down. Pong! A violent sound rang out. The terrifying power caused the entire illusory space to shake violently. Huan Yao died a tragic death. Third update: drink a cup of coffee and eat supper. Xiao Xiao will continue writing the 4th update. I'm going all out. Thank you to everyone who tipped Xiao Xiao, voted for her monthly and recommended votes. Thank you to everyone who silently subscribed to Xiao Xiao's livelihood. You're all the best. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 145. Astonishment and Shock. There was complete silence, and the noisy atmosphere dropped to the freezing point in an instant. They had guessed the process, but not the ending. Just when everyone thought that Huan Yao was going to win and defeat Lin Feng as easily as he defeated the Overlord Saber-Lay General, Lin Feng used the spear in his hand to prove his strength once again. He was the well-deserved second place on the scoreboard. Huan Yao, what was he? Great. Wang Chong was the first to cheer. Junior brother is too amazing. Lala also shouted. Instantly, the oppressive atmosphere in the arena exploded like a firecracker. Those who supported Lin Feng cheered and whistled. The neutral cultivators were whispering to each other, discussing the battle. However, the cultivators who had bet on Huan Yao had ashen faces and were cursing loudly. F***, I lost big time. This Huan Yao is too weak. He was defeated in the first round. That Lin Feng's strength is only average. If it were me, I would have won long ago. Indeed, a perfect grade movement technique and a peek into the third realm of spear techniques could only be considered above average in the training base. More importantly, Lin Feng was only a beginner Emperor Wu. Compared to the 12 advanced Emperor Wu, his strength was indeed average. How is it? Fang Ning's eyes were bright. Very strong, Little Sword nodded. Among beginner Emperor Wu, Lin Feng's strength is definitely at the top. After pausing for a moment, Little Sword's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. If it's a real battle, I'm afraid I can't compare to him. However, in the real world, I can win against him. Fang Ning looked at Little Sword calmly and shook his head. No, you will definitely lose. As expected, his soul energy has surpassed Huan Yao's. Blue Hunter's eyes lit up. Others might not know, but Blue Hunter knew that Lin Feng had already reached the 15th segment on the Dragon Spine Road. He was even stronger than Huan Yao. This little fellow's comprehension ability is truly astonishing. In merely 2 days, his spear intent has already glimpsed the third stage. Blue Hunter was pleasantly surprised. Sure enough, this spear will stone is worth it. Leaving it with me is just a waste of God's gift. Thinking about the impending disaster, Blue Hunter could not help but shake his head. Once the real disaster came, whether or not he could survive would be a problem. What was the use of keeping these dead things on him? The illusory light screen gradually dimmed as Lin Feng and Huan Yao stepped out of it. Lin Feng's expression was very calm, as if this was just an insignificant warm-up battle. But to Huan Yao, it was an incomparably heavy blow. His mind was in a daze, and Huan Yao had no idea how he walked out of it. He had lost too miserably. Although he had lost because of the sneak attack, his eye of illusion had indeed failed. It was as if he had slammed into a thick wall. The powerful reaction made him dizzy, and then he was killed in an instant. Huan Yao looked at Lin Feng with fear. The resentment in his eyes had long turned into fear and shock. His repeated failures had finally awakened him completely. There was always someone better than him. The inconspicuous Lin Feng in front of him was definitely a terrifying existence that he could not match up to. Amazing, Fang Ning said with a smile. Beautiful win. Little Sword's eyes were dazzling as he looked at Lin Feng with a strange expression. He was very curious about what kind of strength Lin Feng had hidden to make Fang Ning say that he would definitely lose. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Indeed, his victory was much cleaner than he had expected. He originally thought that Huan Yao's Eye of Illusion would bring some trouble, but he did not expect. The ball of light in his mind was even more terrifying. At this moment, the 13th round, Little Sword versus Feng Hao. Little Sword moved his head and smiled casually. Watch me. These 3 simple words were enough to show his confidence. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. He really wanted to know what kind of strength this so-called genius favored by God had. The battle soon began. Although there was a huge gap between the rankings, Feng Hao did not lose his confidence. In the first 12 battles, there were many who won despite their low rankings. Most importantly, he was an intermediate Emperor Wu, while Little Sword was only a beginner Emperor Wu. There was a chance, but in an instant, Feng Hao knew how wrong he was. If there was no comparison between their strengths, how could Little Sword be called the genius favored by God? Victory and defeat were decided in one move. Lin Feng was extremely surprised. From what he saw, the long sword in Little Sword's left hand was extremely fierce, while the short sword in his right hand was as soft as a snake. The two different sword moves merged together, combining strength and gentleness. In a short moment, the short sword swept across Feng Hao's neck. Fast and slow, two different rhythms. The sword moves were very strange, but the power was very shocking. No wonder you could pass the eighth heaven. Feng Ning nodded. So powerful, Lin Feng murmured. When the power of Little Sword's dual swords exploded, he felt his hair stand on end. If it were him, would he be able to block it? Lin Feng shook his head. I'll definitely be defeated. Lin Feng smiled, deeply feeling the gap between him and Little Sword. But if we really fight, the outcome is still unknown. He still had a trump card in his hand. How is it? Not bad, right? Little Sword raised his eyebrows. Amazing. Lin Feng gave him a thumbs up. Indeed, it was far more powerful than he imagined. Look at how cocky you are. Feng Ning smiled. You don't have to show off like this, do you? I can't let him be the only one enjoying the show, right? Little Sword glanced at Lin Feng. Instantly, the three of them could not help but laugh. Time passed slowly. After Little Sword, there were two more battles that were not exciting. Soon, it was the last battle of the first round, which was also the most eye-catching battle. Feng Ning versus Dugu Feng. The first ranked versus the fourth ranked. This was undoubtedly the most important battle. Don't be careless. Little Sword smiled. Don't worry, I won't let him be the only one enjoying the show. Feng Ning said calmly, then stepped out. Damn, you're imitating me. Little Sword laughed. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly, but his eyes were bright as he looked at Feng Ning's back. He really wanted to know, Feng Ning, the emperor of this training base, how powerful was he? His power is already comparable to a titled martial god. Little Sword's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Little Sword's serious face. A wave of shock immediately surged in his heart. Obviously, Little Sword would not speak without thinking. Although I don't want to admit it, but Little Sword sighed. Feng Ning is no longer on the same level as us. He is indeed worthy of the title Emperor. Little Sword's eyes were focused. Emperor, what a respectful title. It was enough to show how powerful Feng Ning was, far surpassing the other students. As they spoke, Feng Ning and Dugu Feng had already entered the virtual space. Looking at the white figure, Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. He would not be discouraged by Little Sword words. In fact, to a determined martial artist, having a goal to pursue was actually a good thing. It was so for Little Sword, but for him, it was the same. All the students held their breaths, waiting for the real final battle to arrive. Dong, the clear sound of a bell rang. In an instant, the halo that was as thin as a cicada's wing disappeared, and Dugu Feng shot out like an arrow piercing through the air. He was so fast that he left behind a terrifying afterimage. So fast, Lin Feng exclaimed. Dugu Feng was indeed worthy of being recognized as the most powerful person in the training base. Bang! The battle saber was unsheathed, and the cold light was sharp. In an instant, Lin Feng felt as if Dugu Feng and the battle saber had become one, and it was difficult to tell them apart. A terrifying saber aura broke through the sky, and the powerful force made the heavens and the earth pale in comparison. However, at this moment, Feng Ning was still indifferent. Is he scared out of his wits? Is Feng Ning giving up the battle? Doubtful voices came from the crowd. Indeed, not only was Feng Ning not moving, even his weapon. Lin Feng was stunned. Where was Feng Ning's weapon? The thought flashed through his mind, because at this moment, Dugu Feng's shocking attack that seemed to be able to split the heavens and the earth had already arrived. This was the strongest saber, heaven-crushing. In the next moment, Feng Ning moved. As if he was floating with the wind, as if he had become one with the surrounding space. Feng Ning's movements gave people a feeling of elegance. It was as if his body was weightless. Lin Feng's eyes widened as he saw Feng Ning's movement technique deeply imprinted in his mind. Slow? This was extremely fast slow. Rumble, Dugu Feng's saber slashed through the sky, and its power was shocking and terrifying. However, in an instant his face turned pale. A white figure flashed behind him, and his right hand became a saber. A sharp cold light flashed and slowly slashed across his fragile neck. Crack! The battle was over. Everyone was stunned, and there was complete silence. Lin Feng's eyes shone with a dazzling light, and his mind was like a movie, replaying Fong Ning's movement scene by scene. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. This was completely different from the current level of movement technique, and it was like a sublimation reaching a new level. No wonder Little Sword said that Fong Ning is no longer on the same level as us. Lin Feng came to a realization. At this moment, he deeply understood what Little Sword said. Fong Ning's strength was indeed too terrifying. Facing Dugu Feng, who was recognized as the strongest in the training base, he had won so easily. He didn't even need a weapon. A true emperor. As they watched Fong Ning stride forward, the entire place fell silent. Everyone had a respectful expression as they stared at the young man who was called the emperor. He was worthy of his name. How was it? Not bad, right? Fong Ning smiled. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It was not just not bad. The shock Fong Ning gave him was too great. There was always a mountain higher than the one before it. Although he was currently ranked second in the rankings, and was only one rank away from Fong Ning, the difference of one rank was far greater than what could be seen with the naked eye. You monster! Little Sword sighed helplessly. You really make people feel helpless. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, Fong Ning's strength made people feel powerless. However, this actually stimulated his fighting spirit even more. If Fong Ning can do it, one day I will be able to do it too. Lin Feng clenched his fist, and the thought in his heart was incomparably firm. With the arrival of Fong Ning's emperor in the final battle, the first round of the preliminaries was officially over. At the same time, the two sides of the second round appeared on the light screen on the stairway to heaven. Wow! Everyone was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Feng and the other two. Looking up at the light screen, Lin Feng immediately revealed a bitter smile. Fourth update. Work hard to update. Please recommend. Please subscribe. Thank you for your constant support. Thank you for your tips, monthly votes, recommendation votes, and all the friends who have silently subscribed. Thank you. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 147. Lin Feng, Xiao Jian. On the huge light screen on the stairway to heaven, Lin Feng and Xiao Jian's names were placed together. What did this mean? The answer was obvious. In the second round of 8 battles, 16 people who advanced fought each other in pairs. No one would have thought that the only 2 beginner Emperor Wu would meet each other, the second and third place in the rankings. A fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. Interesting. This is really interesting. Fong Ning laughed, gloating. Xiao Jian mumbled, but there was a faint excitement on his face. Lin Feng was the same. Looking at Xiao Jian, who was known as the genius favored by God, Lin Feng's fighting spirit was boiling, and the corner of his mouth lifted. Just as Fong Ning said, this was very interesting. In the training room, Lin Feng looked at the fire dragon fruit in his hand with a burning gaze. This top-grade spirit fruit that was nurtured in the volcano emitted an intoxicating aura, especially the strong flame energy, which would make any fire spirit master excited. Without a doubt, eating it would greatly increase one's strength. Top-grade spirit fruit, comparable to the dragon essence. Lin Feng's gaze was burning. The scene of eating the dragon essence that day was still vivid in his mind. That tyrannical energy almost made him explode, but the effect was extremely good. The spirit fruit was different from the dragon essence. The dragon essence was absorbed by magical beasts, and its energy was violent. But the energy of the spirit fruit was relatively gentle. Not to mention warriors, even ordinary people could absorb it. Phew! Lin Feng let out a breath and suppressed his desire, keeping the fire dragon fruit. Let's wait for one more day. Lin Feng's eyes were shining. Tomorrow was the day to enter the tempering pool. With his current physical fitness, he was almost certain that after tempering, his speed would definitely break through the bottleneck. In addition to his strength and physical strength that had long exceeded the limit, he would become an intermediate Emperor Wu. From tomorrow onwards, I will have to challenge the 33 levels of heaven again, starting from the 11th level. Junior Emperor Wu's limit is the 10th layer of heaven. I wonder what will happen after passing the 10th layer of heaven. Lin Feng was curious, but he had never heard of any martial artist who could pass through the 10th heaven. No, it should be the 9th heaven. This was because the 10th heaven was the same as the 5th heaven. It was merely a reward checkpoint. I'll know when I try tomorrow, Lin Feng said to himself. In order to delay becoming an intermediate Emperor Wu, not only did he stop eating the fire dragon fruit, he even put aside the ancient civilization machine. After all, he now had a total of 1650 luminous points, which was second only to Fong Ning in the training base. Thinking about it, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Others were eager to improve their strength faster, but he had been delaying the improvement of his strength time and time again. How interesting. The light screen's stairway to heaven. Although the first round of the qualifiers had come to an end, the exciting battles were deeply engraved in everyone's hearts, especially the 16 experts who had advanced. The strength that they had displayed in the first round was even more exciting. Fong Ning, Lin Feng, and Xiao Jian were the names that were mentioned the most. At this time, everyone had already started to discuss the second round of battles. Compared to the first round, the second round was undoubtedly more exciting. After all, after the first round of elimination, the 16 experts who had advanced were obviously more powerful. The most discussed battle was undoubtedly the one between Lin Feng and Xiao Jian, the second and third place on the scoreboard. In the first round, both of them had insta-killed their opponents. Their true strength had yet to be fully displayed. Because of this, everyone was looking forward to it even more. From today's performance, Lin Feng's strength is far inferior to Xiao Jian's. Yes, regardless of movement or attack power, Lin Feng is a level lower than Xiao Jian. TSK, can't Lin Feng hide his strength? He could easily insta-kill Huan Yao. There are different opinions and endless debates. There were slightly more people who supported Xiao Jian, but there were also quite a few who supported Lin Feng. After all, those who could survive in the training base were all elites among elites. Naturally, they had sharp eyes, and from the looks of it, the strength that Xiao Jian had displayed was indeed far superior to Lin Feng's. But who knew the result? In the gravity training room, a figure was sweating profusely. The two swords in his hands were waving fiercely like thunder and lightning. They were both domineering and swift. When the two different sword intents were used by Xiao Jian, not only were there no disharmony, but they complemented each other and blended well. It was as if it was as such. This move that I created myself, thunder and lightning, can even kill the steel spine earth dragon of the 8th heaven. A burning light flashed in Xiao Jian's eyes. I don't believe that I will lose to you, Lin Feng. It would be a lie if Xiao Jian said that he did not care about Lin Feng's sudden rise in strength. Humans were not saints. It was inevitable for them to be competitive, but it was not necessarily a bad thing. With competition, there would be improvement. Although he was surpassed by Lin Feng in the rankings, Xiao Jian did not care too much, because he had always thought that in terms of combat strength, he was definitely stronger than Lin Feng. Until today, when Fong Ning said, "You will lose without a doubt." Like a needle, it pierced deeply into Xiao Jian's heart. He naturally would not doubt what Fong Ning said, but he would not admit defeat. Under Xiao Jian's sloppy and lazy appearance, there was also a warrior's heart, no different from Fong Ning and Lin Feng. It was just that few people knew about it. February 3rd, early morning. In the void, a golden-winged crowned eagle streaked across the sky, bringing with it a piercing sonic boom. The air was completely compressed and condensed at the tip of the spear. The Ice Soul soaring dragon spear was filled with a terrifying condensed energy, as if it was going to pierce through space. The 4th level of the Firmament spear art, hunting form. 5 times the force. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded. Lin Feng instinctively felt that his eardrums were vibrating violently, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. I finally mastered it. Putting away the spear, Lin Feng suddenly recalled the battle with the golden figure of light yesterday. Although it was difficult to comprehend the excellent level body movement technique, he had gained a lot from the form and will fusion spear technique realm and the hunting form. Especially the hunting form. After all, the moves were fixed and were not the same at the same realm. It's good to have a demonstration. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. The golden figure of light was similar to him in terms of physique and physical fitness. It was simply a perfect teacher. Otherwise, even if his comprehension had greatly increased, it would not be a matter of 2 or 3 days to comprehend the hunting form. It's a pity that there's not enough time. Lin Feng suddenly sighed. After today's tempering, he would become an intermediate Emperor Wu. In other words, today was the last time he would enter the 10th heaven. If I have a few more days, I should be able to grasp the 3rd realm of the spear technique, form and will fusion. I might even be able to comprehend the excellent level body movement technique. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. However, his strength had increased too quickly, and he could not suppress it. Forget it. I'll just let nature take its course. Lin Feng did not hesitate and put the spear back into the sheath. Why do I feel like someone is watching me? Lin Feng walked towards the lounge and muttered, "Is it an illusion?" just as he walked out of the stairs. Lin Feng made a sound of surprise, as if he had suddenly sensed something. Turning his head and looking over, Lin Feng was immediately startled and pleasantly surprised. Not far away, a young girl wearing a purple dress was looking at him. Her beautiful face was adorned with bright eyes, and the crescent moon mark on her forehead was shining brightly. Wasn't she Xiao? Lin Feng revealed a smile. Your strength has increased very quickly. Xiao blinked her eyes as if she was referring to something. Looking at Xiao's expression, Lin Feng suddenly understood. No wonder he had always felt that someone was watching him, but he did not expect it to be Xiao. This place is really good. Lin Feng sighed. Indeed, in less than half a month, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. If he had cultivated in seclusion at home, how could he have such significant improvement? I haven't congratulated you for getting 2nd place in the rankings. Xiao smiled like an extremely beautiful flower blooming. To be honest, it's really unexpected. Lin Feng smiled and said, I'm also quite surprised. Maintain this speed of improvement and continue to work hard. Xiao nodded and said softly, There's not much time left. Not much time left? What did that mean? Faintly, Lin Feng seemed to feel that Xiao's words had a hidden meaning, and his expression turned serious. I came this time to tell you a piece of news. Xiao's serious expression instantly made Lin Feng's heart tighten. Pausing, Xiao's eyes flickered with a clear light. I've already confirmed that the beast riot this time is not level 8. Not level 8? Lin Feng was suddenly startled, and his pupils suddenly dilated. Could it be it's destructive? Level 9 beast riot. Xiao's voice was clear and pleasant, but when it fell into Lin Feng's ears, it was like lightning flashing and thunder roaring, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Heavens! It was actually the most terrifying level 9 beast riot in the records. A level 7 beast riot, the probability of humans winning was only 50%, and a level 8 beast riot, the probability of humans winning was already less than 1%. There was only theoretical hope. So what if a level 9 beast riot was? Lin Feng's expression was very bitter. His body seemed to have stiffened, and his breathing was disorderly. Do you know why there are records of level 8 beast riot, but no records of level 9 beast riot? Xiao smiled indifferently. Lin Feng shook his head. Indeed, Xiao had once clearly told him what the process of the 8th rank beast rampage was like. But according to the records, the largest scale of beast riot was level 9. Why? Because 10,000 years ago, the ancient civilization was completely exterminated by level 9 beast riot. Xiao shook her head and slowly said, "That was an energy civilization that was much more powerful than the current one. Their technology was far more advanced than the Sky Martial continent by 100 times. The number of martial artists, the existence of titled martial gods, exceeded us by 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. But they were still exterminated. When a level 9 beast riot that is comparable to the wrath of heaven descends, everything will be destroyed. There is no hope of survival." Xiao's voice was indifferent and cold. Lin Feng felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him from head to toe. In that instant, he was completely stunned. Destroy everything. The 7th episode has ended. A brand new 8th episode is about to be released. It will definitely give everyone a big surprise. Because of the publishing matter, Xiao wasted an afternoon. Now that I'm starting to write the 2nd chapter, with Xiao speed, it will probably be released at 3 in the morning. Everyone, read it tomorrow. Here, I want to say sorry to everyone. Including the previous time, I owe you a total of 2 chapters. Xiao is really ashamed at _at. If you like this work, you are welcome to Kamachidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 148. Xiao didn't stay for too long. She left after giving her instructions. However, Lin Feng's mind was filled with raging waves. He couldn't calm down for a long time. If it was said that he still felt lucky about the level 8 beast riot, then the level 9 beast riot was like a bolt from the blue. He had completely cut off all remaining thoughts. A devastating disaster. And what made Lin Feng's heart tremble the most was Xiao's last words. The end of mankind has arrived, and it has already entered the countdown. Everything will be brought forward. With the appearance of a large number of high-level giant beasts in the depths of the wilderness, in about a month, king-level magical beasts will appear. Bring forward. It was just 2 words, but they were as heavy as a mountain. In another month, it will be March. Lin Feng calculated the date when the beast riot would begin and suddenly felt extremely bitter in his mouth. At first, the level 8 beast riot and the king-level magical beast appearance were expected to be a year later. But now, half a year. In just half a year, the king-level magical beasts will appear. The time has actually been shortened by half. Lin Feng's heart felt as if it was being squeezed tightly. What did this mean? The days that the Tianwu continent could exist had been reduced by half, and the time left for him had also been reduced by half. The situation had become even more serious. Judging from the time of the level 8 beast riot, a large number of king-level magical beasts and even dragon-type magical beasts will appear in September at the earliest. In other words, I only have 7 months left. Lin Feng took a deep breath and suddenly felt the pressure on his shoulders was extremely heavy. 7 months. I must become a titled martial god. Moreover, the stronger the better. Lin Feng clenched his fist. The beast horde's rampage was an unknown factor. Only with enough strength could he protect his family. There's no time to lose. Lin Feng took a deep breath, and his eyes lit up. First go to the 33 levels of heaven, enter the last 10th level of heaven, and then refine, eat the fire dragon fruit, and use up all my time points. The thoughts in Lin Feng's mind were incomparably clear. I need to increase my physical fitness at the fastest speed possible and reach the lowest standard to break through to the titled martial god level. The peak of Emperor Wu. With that thought in mind, Lin Feng immediately set off. The 33 heavens. Lin Feng practiced his basic spear moves to the limit, not wasting any time at all. Spear techniques were all about the basics. The 18 basic spear moves could not only increase one's comprehension of various complicated spear arts, but it could also increase one's spear intent. Especially within the spear intent stone, Lin Feng had personally witnessed the 18 forms of the foundation spear moves. It was extremely swift and fierce, and it was extremely domineering. This was true strength. He had truly trained the spear to the extreme. Very quickly, Lin Feng had stepped into the 9th heaven. To the beginner-level Emperor Wu, This place was like a forbidden place. Draconic berserk crocodile, black-winged wyvern, heaven-devouring titanic beast. These three high-level horde, leader-level spirit beasts, when gathered together, could definitely sweep away any normal beginner-level Emperor Wu. Xiao Jin was like this. No matter how strong his comprehension was, or how high his attack was, if he encountered these three monsters, only death would await him. However, Lin Feng was obviously an exception. His soul power transformed into a sharp arrow, killing the last black-winged flying dragon. As expected, soul power and physical strength are the same. They both need to be controlled. When Lin Feng used his soul power to kill these three spirit beasts again, he was no longer as exhausted as before. Instead, he was able to do it with ease. Although his body was weak, he still had not reached his limit. With a tired smile, Lin Feng suddenly heard a familiar voice, causing him to be startled. "Congratulations, beginner-level apprentice. You have passed the 9th heaven." He was indeed in the 9th heaven, but beginner-level apprentice, what was that? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed slightly. How did he become a beginner-level apprentice for no reason? "The 10th heaven begin." The indifferent voice sounded again. At this time, Lin Feng finally noticed the slight change in the voice. However, compared to the shock and confusion brought to him by becoming a beginner-level apprentice, what was a slight change in the voice? Suddenly, the golden light in front of him flashed again, dazzling and brilliant. The doubts in his mind were instantly suppressed by Lin Feng. Now was not the time to think about this. The golden light slowly gathered, as bright as the stars. At this time, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. His right foot stepped out, and his body instantly exploded. The Eye-Soul, soaring dragon spear in his hand, was like a flood dragon emerging from the sea, roaring towards the sky. In the void, a golden-winged crowned eagle streaked across the sky. "Hunting style," Lin Feng shouted. A terrifying explosion sounded, and the Eye-Soul, soaring dragon spear immediately turned into a ray of light. The eagle's eyes were cold. Bang! The spear pierced through the golden light, and a terrifying force exploded in an instant, completely shattering the golden light spots that were gathering. What a pity! Lin Feng withdrew his spear and stood there, looking at the slowly dissipating golden light spots, and sighed softly. In a few more days, his spear art realm would have improved. But now, I'll practice slowly. Anyway, with the spear in 10th stone, it'll only take some time. Lin Feng nodded. The third realm of the spear art, Xingyi integration. For Lin Feng, this was already a destination that he could see. The only difference was whether he would walk or run. The only difference was the time. With a clear sound, all of the shattered golden specks of light disappeared without a trace in an instant. At this time, the vast space seemed to have become empty and quiet. Indifferently standing in the middle of the 10th heaven, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. He was slightly looking forward to it. I wonder what will happen. Lin Feng's right hand that was holding the Eye-Soul, soaring dragon spear tightened. Suddenly, a dazzling white light lit up in front of him and instantly enveloped him. "Congratulations, beginner apprentice. 10th heaven passed." The indifferent and familiar voice sounded in his ears, making Lin Feng jump. His intuition told him that it seemed that something unexpected would happen. Beginner apprentice training course has ended, grade 2 stars. Sure enough, the indifferent voice suddenly sounded again, but it made Lin Feng completely stunned. Before he could react, the voice continued. "Next will be the beginner apprentice assessment. Transmission begins." Course? Assessment? Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. And what was that transmission begins? In an instant, Lin Feng felt his body begin to move, and vaguely, there seemed to be a change in position. However, the surrounding was a vast expanse of white, and it was as if he was in a static space, and he could not feel anything else. God, where am I being transmitted to? Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Out of curiosity, he realized that he seemed to have taken the wrong path, and came to an unknown and strange world. Beginner Apprentice Training Course. Beginner Apprentice Assessment. Lin Feng muttered to himself, what does this mean? Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. In the state of transmission, he had nothing to do anyway. Lin Feng kept thinking about the two sentences that sounded in his ears when he passed the 10th heaven, and he was deep in thought. Suddenly, how could I forget? The 33rd heaven is a part of the ancient ruins. Lin Feng clapped his hands. In other words, I'm going to enter the ancient ruins now? Thinking in his heart, Lin Feng suddenly understood, and the huge stone in his heart was slowly put down. The unknown was the most terrifying. As for the danger, he had never worried about it. Since he had stepped on the path of a warrior, it was destined that this path would be full of ups and downs. Training base. Lin Feng, I will never lose to you. Xiao Jian's eyes were filled with strong determination. In the gravity training room, Xiao Jian was sweating profusely. The extreme training had improved his physical fitness continuously. For tomorrow's battle, Xiao Jian gave it his all. In another 12 hours, I will be able to absorb half of the spirit fruit in my body. Tomorrow, my physical fitness will be greatly improved. Xiao Jian clenched his teeth. The gravity training room was the most comprehensive training for a warrior. What was less known was that it was the only ancient civilization machine that could speed up the absorption of the spirit fruit. I will definitely win. Xiao Jian's fighting spirit was extremely strong. After an unknown period of time, ding, hearing a crisp sound, Lin Feng suddenly woke up. Transmission complete. In 10 seconds, you will enter the 2-star training field number 186681. A calm voice sounded in Lin Feng's ears. In an instant, the white light in front of him suddenly disappeared and turned into a long passage. It was as if he was stepping on a cloud shuttle, constantly speeding forward. After collecting 100 star plates, you can enter the 3-star training field. Now count down. Lin Feng was stunned. Although he did not know what the 2-star training field number 186681 was, without a doubt, this must be the so-called beginner apprentice examination. Collecting 100 star plates? Lin Feng was stunned. Suddenly, his left hand felt numb, as if something had entered it. Lin Feng raised his left hand and suddenly saw a star-shaped disc on his wrist, as if it had a life of its own. At this moment, on the star-shaped disc, a star was shining. This is the 100-star plate? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Although it was on his wrist, he could not feel its existence at all. It was as if it did not exist and did not affect his body at all. Collecting 100 star plates, Lin Feng softly murmured, his eyes revealing a trace of doubt. But he did not have time to think too much. A short 10 seconds passed in an instant. Lin Feng raised his head and saw that the passage had already reached the end. In front of him was a dazzling white light flashing. He quickly passed through. Suddenly, opening his eyes, Lin Feng immediately saw a forest that covered the sky. Green plants were scattered everywhere, strange, many of which he had never seen before. Lin Feng raised his head and could not see the sky at all. Those towering trees were probably 10,000 meters tall. The dense treetops seemed to connect to the sky, completely covering everything. It was a very strange forest. This is the 2-star training field number 186681? Lin Feng lightly nodded and said. When Lin Feng looked around, there did not seem to be anything out of the ordinary. He was just feeling surprised. Suddenly, something strange happened. The 8th episode is about to begin. Looking for recommendation votes. Looking for subscriptions. Thank you for your monthly votes. It has made my shop look a lot better. Thank you for your continuous support. I sincerely kowtow to you. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come Chidian. Come to vote for recommendation or monthly votes. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 149. A dot of light suddenly appeared in his mind. In a split second, Lin Feng was greatly shaken. All the hairs on his body stood on end. A terrifying aura enveloped him, making him feel as if he was suffocating. His spine immediately turned cold. Not good. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. A black figure appeared like a ghost. The dagger in his hand shone with a sharp black light. It emitted a cold luster that made people feel cold from the bottom of their hearts. Looking at the dazed newcomer in front of him, the black figure's eyes flashed with contempt and disdain. The dagger quietly slashed, noiselessly. If not for the warning from the mind's eye, Lin Feng would not have sensed the black figure's attack. The crisis of death came in a split second. Lin Feng felt as if his blood had stopped flowing. The cells in his body were still at that moment. The ball of light in his mind emitted an intense light. Soul power poured out. You want to kill me? Lin Feng's eyes emitted a sharp, cold light. The obstruction of soul power caused the black figure's dagger to stop slightly, as if it had encountered a layer of resistance. The black figure was stunned. In a split second, an ice-cold feeling came from his neck. The black figure's eyes were filled with incomparable shock. He seemed to have seen the appearance of the newcomer, but he instantly lost consciousness. Pung! Killed in one shot. Pung! Pung! Lin Feng's heart beat violently. In that split second, he thought that he would definitely die. This black-clothed person not only had a dagger like a poisonous snake, but even his movements were like a ghost. There was no warning. If not for the help of the mind's eye, I'm afraid the one who would be dead now would be me. Lin Feng secretly felt lucky. If he was a bit slower, that sinister dagger would have slashed his neck. The one lying on the ground would probably be him. Lin Feng looked at the black figure on the ground that gradually faded and disappeared into space. He was momentarily stunned. Is this still the 33 layers of heaven? No, this is the 1866812 2-star training ground. This place should be purely a place where one's consciousness enters. Lin Feng thought for a while and concluded, otherwise it would not be called the beginner apprentice exam. The test would not take one's life. Lin Feng nodded. From the disappearance of the shadow that had attacked him, he could infer that this place should be similar to the 33 heavens. The dead body was just a clone. Lin Feng inadvertently glanced at the 100-star plate, and his eyes suddenly lit up. On the 100-star plate, 4 stars had already lit up. 3 more? Lin Feng was slightly surprised. His expression kept changing, and in an instant, Lin Feng came to a realization and smiled. So this is what the so-called 100-star plate means. How are these stars calculated? Based on the martial artist's strength? Lin Feng thought to himself. Soon after, Lin Feng shook his head and looked around. He walked carefully, afraid that another black shadow would appear. How could he not be afraid of the dark after seeing a ghost? Whether or not he would be able to dodge it the next time was unknown. This black shadow's strength is so strong. That dagger's attack power is even more terrifying than Xiao Jian's. Lin Feng was quite clear about the strength of the dagger. In terms of speed, it is even better than Xiao Jian. If it is a real martial artist, then it is really incredible. Lin Feng smiled. But thinking about it, it was not possible. Not to mention Xiao, even in the entire Sky Martial Continent, there was no second existence like Xiao Jian. How could it be duplicated when it was known as the genius favored by God? It was in the dark. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, as if his mind's eye had sensed something. Suddenly, Lin Feng dashed forward and leaped up. With one step, he stepped on a big tree with leaves that were like cobblestones. He looked over and saw a young man wearing a white, loose martial attire standing in the same place, as if he was thinking about something. Lin Feng was startled. Before his brain could react, the white-clothed young man suddenly turned his head, his eyes shining. I was discovered. Lin Feng shook fiercely. He had hidden silently, but he did not know how the white-clothed young man discovered him. In an instant, Lin Feng's vision blurred, and the white-clothed young man appeared in front of him as if he had teleported. It was like a dream. #% at the white-clothed young man opened his mouth and shouted. A short sword appeared in his hand at an unknown time. It shone with a white light and pierced towards Lin Feng's chest. The speed was so fast that there was no time to react, let alone dodge or defend. No! Lin Feng's expression changed. Lin Feng's soul force seemed to converge as the ball of light in his mind shone incomparably brightly. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes blossomed with star-like light, like two sharp swords piercing towards the white-robed youth. And the white-clothed young man's eyes were filled with panic, as if he was shouting something. But it was too late. Fast. It was as fast as lightning. The white-clothed young man's short sword was fast, but Lin Feng's soul power attack was even faster. Boom! His head shook. Lin Feng's body staggered, and the strong reaction made him dizzy. The skin on his chest was pierced by the short sword, but the wound was not deep. After retreating a few steps, Lin Feng stopped himself. His face was pale. Lin Feng watched the white-clothed young man's body gradually disappear, and his face was filled with horror. His soul power was so strong that in the 9th layer of heaven, he could consecutively kill 3 high-level beasts of the Horde leader rank. But now, one time, and it was exhausted, and he almost suffered a backlash. Just now, I seem to have heard him talking. What surprised Lin Feng the most was not the white-clothed young man's soul power, but the scene just now. He heard the white-clothed young man's voice twice. The first time was when he let out a deep roar when he attacked, and the second time was when he was directly attacked by soul power. I didn't hear it wrong. I definitely didn't hear it wrong. His mind carefully replayed the scene just now. Lin Feng was 100% sure that everything just now was real. Could it be he is a human martial artist like me? This thought suddenly popped up in his mind, and Lin Feng could not help but tremble. This thought was too crazy, too scary, but it was the most likely. If it was a test subject, why would he speak? And the language he spoke was not the language of the Sky Martial Continent. Lin Feng nodded, his eyes sparkling. More importantly, his strength is so strong that it makes one's hair stand on end. Being able to sense him was secondary. The white-clothed young man's movement technique was truly terrifying. It was completely unexpected teleportation, and he actually appeared right in front of him. What exactly is going on? Lin Feng was a little confused. Could it be that the Black Shadow just now was also a human martial artist? Lin Feng said in surprise, if that's the case, then this 2-star training ground 18668 was... Lin Feng suddenly understood, and his eyes lit up. Ancient ruins, teleportation. He seemed to have entered a different world space. Glancing at the 100-star plate, Lin Feng frowned and confirmed his guess, because killing the white-clothed young man just now only increased the number of stars, and his strength was obviously much stronger than the Black Shadow. Let's wait and see. Lin Feng nodded. 3 hours later, in a 5,000-meter tall tree, Lin Feng was hiding, cross-legged, and resting. His soul power was being consumed too quickly. This place was not like the 33 levels of heaven, where he could recover every time he passed a level. In this beginner-apprentice examination, there were no benefits. There was only killing and the 100-star plate. Looking over, there were already 15 stars on the 100-star plate. Although 3 hours had passed, Lin Feng had spent 90% of the time resting and recovering his soul power, because in this place, his spear and movement technique were completely useless. Too strong. Lin Feng was speechless. Any warrior he met, yes, any one of them, their movement techniques and control of weapons were all above him. I didn't expect that I would be considered outstanding in the hunt and could be called a top genius in the Sky Martial Continent. But here, Lin Feng smiled bitterly. But he had become a beginner apprentice. If my guess is correct, this 2-star training ground 186681, there are probably countless warriors like me with a score of 2 stars. Lin Feng thought to himself. The longer he stayed here, the clearer the feeling became. The cultivators he had killed were all different from each other. The ancient ruins are indeed the ancient ruins. Lin Feng shook his head, and his heart was shocked. He didn't expect that he would be teleported to a different world space. February 4th, an ordinary day. But in the training ground, it was not an ordinary day. In front of the light screen stairway, almost all the students were gathered. It was very lively. Today was the start of the second round of the qualifier. The 8 heavyweight duels would begin one by one. The most eye-catching duel was undoubtedly the one between Lin Feng and Xiao Jian. In terms of potential, Lin Feng was ranked at the top. In terms of strength, Xiao Jian completely defeated Lin Feng in the first round. Who was stronger? Who was the strongest newcomer after Fong Ning? Everyone widened their eyes, waiting to see noon. With the appearance of Chief Blue Hunter, the second round of the qualifier officially began. The first round, Lin Feng against Xiao Jian. Chief Blue Hunter said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Jian stepped out from the crowd, wearing a set of blue martial attire. In just 2 days, his body seemed to have become stronger. His bronze skin was like a piece of real steel, indestructible. The 2 swords that represented his identity at his waist vibrated gently. His battle intent was extremely strong. Good lad. Fong Ning smiled. These 2 days, I've been waiting for a long time. Xiao Jian had a faint smile on his face, his eyes shining brightly. His blood was boiling. However, Lin Feng? Chief Blue Hunter raised his head and shouted again. The other students were also looking left and right, as if they were trying to find Lin Feng. However, it was obviously impossible to find him. Where is he? Everyone revealed an incomparably surprised expression. No one had expected that in such an important selection, Lin Feng would actually absent. After waiting for a few seconds, Chief Blue Hunter let out a long sigh and said, due to Lin Feng's forfeiture in the first round, Xiao Jian wins. Suddenly, there was an uproar. Nobody could have imagined that the great battle that everyone was looking forward to would actually have such an outcome. Lin Feng, how dare you stand me up? Xiao Jian stood in the middle of the field, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The update schedule has been a bit messy recently. Please forgive me. In addition to writing 9,000 words, Xiao Xiao also has to submit her manuscript in traditional Chinese. Apart from sleeping and eating, she spends all her time in front of the computer, wishing she could be split in half at underscore at. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for me at Chidian. Come. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 150. Second place in the rankings, Pui, F***. Lin Feng is such a good-for-nothing. I thought this strongest newcomer would be amazing. So he's just a coward. In the training ground, there was a heated discussion about Lin Feng's forfeit in the second round. For a moment, there were curses, especially those students who bet on Lin Feng. They were so angry that they cursed. Are you disappointed? Fong Ning smiled. A little. Xiao Jian answered indifferently, a light flashing in his eyes. Fong Ning smiled gently. You care about what I said the other day? Xiao Jian shrugged noncommittally. His gaze was a little blurry. With Lin Feng's character, it's naturally impossible for him to avoid the battle. The only possibility is, I'm afraid that he has broken through again. Fong Ning nodded. He's not simple. Xiao Jian said indifferently, I know. At this moment, Lin Feng was still in 2-star training ground 186681. It's too scary. Lin Feng looked at his chest with lingering fear. The hideous wound was painful to look at. Just a moment of carelessness, and he was ambushed again. The flying dagger came and went without a trace. Its speed was shockingly fast. If he had not used his soul power to forcefully change the flying dagger's direction at the last moment, he would have been the one lying on the ground. Each one is stronger than the last. Each one is more cunning than the last. Lin Feng sighed. In this training ground, he had not seen a single weakling. The weakest one was probably stronger than Xiao Jian. Compared to him, needless to say, without the help of soul power, I'm afraid that even dying 1,000 times wouldn't be enough. Lin Feng knew very well. The ability he relied on to survive was the mysterious ball of light in his head. One move was fresh, but it was very practical. He looked at his left hand. At this moment, the 100-star plate was almost fully lit. Only 5 stars were dim. Lin Feng could not help but smile. I didn't expect this masked flying dagger to be so powerful. It gave me 23 stars in one go. Although he did not understand the rules, Lin Feng had been here for more than a day, so he could be considered to be self-taught. As long as he killed a martial artist, all the stars on his 100-star plate would belong to him. The rules were quite simple. With this, we can enter the 3-star training grounds earlier, Lin Feng said with a smile. Once the 100-star plate was filled, one would be able to enter the 3-star training grounds. Even though he wasn't clear about the 3-star training grounds, since it was a test, naturally, the higher the results, the better. On a 1,000-meter-tall tree, Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Focusing his mind, Lin Feng used the mind's eye to sense everything around him. Lin Feng's expression became slightly solemn, waiting for the hair to show up. This was the experience that Lin Feng had gained by sacrificing countless amounts of blood. How many times had he been ambushed because of this? In the training field, there were countless cultivators being killed at every moment, but at the same time, there were also countless cultivators entering, maintaining a delicate balance. Therefore, rather than looking for prey, why not let the prey deliver itself to the door? Of course, this was much safer, but the disadvantages were also quite obvious. There were only 2 kinds of people who dared to walk around the training field. One was the strong, who were extremely confident in their own strength. The other was the newbies, who were like Lin Feng when he was young, who barged in recklessly. But for newbies, no matter how strong or weak they were, the number of stars on the 100-star plate was usually 1 or 2. It wasn't easy to gather 100 stars. If one was unlucky and met a powerful newbie, it would be like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. However, Lin Feng only needed 5 stars. Soon. Is it coming? Lin Feng opened his eyes. Using the mind's eye, he sensed a dot of light rapidly approaching. Only you are left. Lin Feng smiled faintly. His eyes instantly lit up as he slowly stood up. On his left wrist, the 99 stars on the 100-star plate had a faint glow, as if they were calling for something. Only 1 star was left. What? A dazzling white light flashed. Lin Feng only felt a familiar energy surround him. Instantly, the wound on his chest healed, and his exhausted soul power was replenished. It was exactly the same as when he was in the 33 layers of heaven. 2-star training field completed. You are about to enter the 3-star training field 18668. A pleasant voice sounded in Lin Feng's ears. He wasn't surprised at all, because Lin Feng already knew what was going to happen. On the 100-star plate on his left hand, 100 stars lit up, releasing an incomparably bright glow. Instantly, Lin Feng felt the world spin, as if there was an extremely strong suction force, sucking him into a strange space. Pa! His vision recovered. Lin Feng curiously looked around. He seemed to have returned to that familiar tunnel, flying at high speed. 10, 9, 8. The countdown sounded in his ears, and Lin Feng suddenly let out a long breath. 3-star training field. Lin Feng muttered softly. Very clear. Lin Feng also very clear. The difficulty of the 3-star training field was definitely higher than that of the 2-star training field. Wherever I go, it's fine. Lin Feng smiled. Anyway, it's already not bad to be able to gather all the 100-star plates in the 2-star training field. Indeed, in the 2-star training field, he was already at death's door. 3-star training field? Lin Feng didn't even think about it. That must be death without a doubt. Hua! Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. In front of him was no longer the boundless forest, but a barren mountain valley. This is the 3-star training field, number 18668. Lin Feng thought in his heart, and suddenly shook his head with a bitter smile. Originally, if the training field was in the forest, he would have a little chance. After all, he was already familiar with the environment and had a bit of a geographical advantage. But now, I have to start again. Lin Feng looked at the 100-star plate in his left hand and couldn't help but sigh. The shining stars had already disappeared, leaving behind only a single silver star. Compared to the bronze star from before, it seemed to have advanced by 1 level. And at this moment, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. There's a fight? His eyes looked into the distance. Although he couldn't see, His mind's eye could feel a powerful energy fluctuation. Xiao. Lin Feng didn't stop for even a moment and quickly ran over. In the empty valley basin, Hua, a fierce wind blew. Lin Feng suddenly stopped, his eyes bright. He saw two figures were incomparably blurry and hazy. A saber and a sword were constantly emitting sounds of shock. The strong wind blew. The saber and sword seemed to have a life of their own. Just the energy that leaked out was enough to make one's heart tremble. It was enough to be fatal. Oh my God! Lin Feng was stunned. What he saw in front of him was far beyond his imagination. All along, Lin Feng felt that his strength was already not bad. However, compared to these two warriors, he was like a baby who had just learned how to walk. Are they really beginner-level Emperor Wu? Lin Feng laughed bitterly. However, he understood in his heart that it was because he hadn't reached that level, so he felt that they were too high to reach. It was like an ordinary beginner-level Emperor Wu looking at a sky spirit master of the same level. It was the same logic. Faintly, Lin Feng seemed to feel two intense gazes glancing at him. He suddenly smiled. As expected, I've been discovered. Lin Feng didn't care. With the strength of these two cultivators, discovering him was a simple matter. However, so what? How can I miss such an exciting battle? Lin Feng smiled and stared at the two. He had already put life and death out of his mind. Since he couldn't survive in this 3-star training field, he might as well be free and unrestrained. Being able to witness a peak battle of the same level was worth the price of admission. The fierce battle continued. Obviously, these two warriors wanted to determine the winner first. Or perhaps the two of them didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all? Clang, clang. Bang! The sound of metal clashing continued. Lin Feng's eyes were shining as he watched with great interest. He benefited greatly. Their movement techniques seemed to be similar to Feng Ning's. It feels like they have surpassed the level, Lin Feng muttered to himself. Learn. Obviously, that was impossible. Movement techniques required gradual improvement. Learning to run before even walking was undoubtedly a fantasy. He really couldn't tell who was better. However, this wasn't important. I've learned something today. Lin Feng let out a long sigh. He was very satisfied. At this moment, the battle between the two became more and more intense. The fierce wind created by the saber chi and sword chi turned into a hurricane. Obviously, they were really going all out. They were going all out. Lin Feng's eyes flashed as he stared at the exciting scene in front of him. He was afraid that he would miss something. The saber-wielding martial artist let out a wild roar, and his body suddenly grew half a meter taller. The muscles all over his body burst out like a mountain, while the sword-wielding martial artist flashed with a dark red light. The bloody light around his body was dense, and it was difficult to distinguish his real body from his illusory form. Oh my God! Lin Feng was shocked. What kind of move is this? Lin Feng's eyes widened. He was extremely shocked. It was as if he was watching a dull movie, and suddenly, the climax was coming. The saber warrior's strength and speed suddenly increased. The violent attack formed a circle, completely enveloping the surrounding space. Suddenly, the sword warrior was in imminent danger. The red light around his body was illusory. Under the constant pressure, the saber warrior gave up on defense and went straight for the saber warrior's saber warrior. Good. Lin Feng's eyes shone. However, he was fighting to survive after putting his life on the line. The sword warrior instantly turned into a stream of light and attacked the saber warrior. If he didn't succeed, he would die trying. And the saber warrior's face was distorted as if he was shouting something. But he didn't give in at all. The surging saber chi made Lin Feng, who was watching excitedly, shiver. He felt a chill down his spine. What a terrifying power. Boom! Smoke and dust filled the air. It was impossible to see what was happening with the naked eye. However, with Lin Feng's mind eye, he could see everything clearly. Both sides were injured. In his senses, the aura of the two had become extremely weak. They were on the verge of death. The star-like specks of light in the heart's eye were now dim and lifeless, just like the 100-star plate in his left hand. In that instant, Lin Feng was stunned. His heart was beating wildly. His eyes slowly brightened. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of madness. Strive to update, seek recommendations, seek subscriptions. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 151. Unknowingly, the opportunity had arrived. Originally, Lin Feng sensed that the sole power of the sword-wielding martial artist and the sword-wielding martial artist was not inferior to his own. But now, the two of them were inexplicably injured. If he did not fight, how could he face himself? Whoosh! Lin Feng dashed out like a gust of wind. In an instant, Lin Feng sensed that the two of them, who were originally opposing each other, suddenly focused their attention on him. Come! Lin Feng's mouth drew a faint arc. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the two figures suddenly appeared. Their bodies seemed to have suffered some minor injuries, but they did not seem to be seriously injured. But Lin Feng was clear. The two of them were already strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. #%yen. The sword-wielding martial artist seemed to be roaring something, his bell-like eyes staring at Lin Feng as if they were spitting fire. Hua! Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up like twinkling stars. Facing the expert in front of him whose strength far surpassed his own, Lin Feng's mind was incomparably focused, and the ball of light in his mind blossomed with a dazzling light. Qi! The condensed soul power was like two sharp arrows, shooting straight at the sword-wielding martial artist. As expected, the reaction force is extremely weak. Lin Feng was overjoyed, and in an instant, a bloody light filled his eyes, and a terrifying sword shadow instantly enveloped him. It's him! Lin Feng gritted his teeth. It came extremely quickly and soundlessly. It was like a dark specter that was specifically looking for openings in his attacks. The extremely intense cold light burst out from his side, causing the sword-wielding martial artist's figure to transform into a bloody light. Lin Feng's eyes sensed that he was locked on, and the surrounding space was condensing. There was no way out. Fight! In an instant, Lin Feng turned around. The light of soul power burst out, shooting straight into the sword-wielding martial artist's eyes. Immediately, Lin Feng felt a reaction force several times stronger than the sword-wielding martial artist's. However, like two meteors colliding, Lin Feng still had the upper hand. He still has so much soul force despite being in such a weakened state. This thought instantly flashed through Lin Feng's mind as the intense pain assaulted his heart. Looking at the sword in his chest and seeing that his heart had been pierced, Lin Feng bitterly smiled. Did he still fail? Hua hua! In an instant, the bodies of the saber-wielding martial artist and sword-wielding martial artist slowly disappeared. Lin Feng, on the other hand, felt a strange energy light descending and nourishing his body. His almost fatal injuries were instantly healed, and even his soul power, which was on the verge of exhaustion, was restored to its original state. Lin Feng's expression was incomparably shocked. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised when he looked at the 100-star plate in his left hand that was completely lit up. Full 3-star test completed. You will enter 4-star test field number 1866. A pleasant voice rang in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng would never have thought that he would accidentally gather a full 100-star plate. It was obvious that the wool came from the sheep's back. The two martial artists must have gathered a lot of 100-star plates, but they didn't expect that they would end up benefiting him instead. If I hadn't gathered a full 100-star plate, I would have died from the injury caused by the sword just now. Lin Feng nodded in realization. He was quite lucky. If this was a real battle, both sides would have suffered great losses. But in this test field, even though his heart was pierced first, his body had a certain amount of cushioning power, which delayed his time of death by a little bit. And it was this little bit of time that the ending had changed. At this moment, the 100 silver stars on the 100-star plate in his left hand shone brightly, releasing a dazzling silver light. Instantly, Lin Feng felt a strong suction force, and very quickly, he was sucked into a strange space. Light returned to his eyes. It wasn't the familiar tunnel, but a huge, bright space. Lin Feng was startled and looked around curiously. Congratulations, beginner apprentice. Your performance in the 3-star test field, number 18668, has earned you a third-class reward. A pleasant voice rang in his ears. Lin Feng was startled again, but he suddenly laughed. He didn't expect that he would be able to get a third-class reward by accident. But what was the reward? Third-class reward, duplication. You can choose any ability of the opponent you defeated. The voice was still calm, but Lin Feng opened his eyes wide. He didn't hear it wrong, right? Duplication ability? And it was the 2 martial artists he defeated just now? His heartbeat quickened, and Lin Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. Suddenly, a bright light flashed, and layers of light walls appeared in the surroundings. Every layer of light wall was shining brightly, and the scene in front of him was similar to what he had seen before. On one of the walls of light, the martial artist who used the blade was walking with a mysterious footwork. It seemed ordinary, but every step was extremely profound, as if it was related to some kind of special rhythm. Reaching out his right hand, Lin Feng touched it lightly. Ding! A clear sound rang in Lin Feng's mind. 7 stars, 100 steps. Do you want to duplicate it? Yes. Lin Feng answered without hesitation. This was definitely a movement technique that surpassed the level. Just looking at it made him envious. But duplication failed. The realm of the movement technique is insufficient. The pleasant voice rang again. Lin Feng couldn't help but make a bitter face. He thought that the reward would be great, but it turned out to be a fake. Glancing at the sharp blade technique of the martial artist who used the blade, Lin Feng shook his head. He didn't need to test it to know that this blade technique required the support of the blade technique realm. He didn't have it either. As expected, it's only a 3rd-grade reward. It's really useless. Lin Feng sighed softly, but didn't care. Being able to pass the 3-star training grounds was already very lucky. If he was too demanding, it would undoubtedly be insatiable. Casually glancing at one light screen after another, Lin Feng turned half his body. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The light screen in front of him showed the shocking scene from before. The body of the martial artist who used the blade suddenly grew half a meter, and the body of the martial artist who used the sword was covered in a bloody light. Lin Feng remembered very clearly that after that, the strength of the 2 people was much stronger than before. What kind of heaven-defying move is this? Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he reached out to touch the light screen of the martial artist who used the sword. He didn't think about replicating anything, but at least he could gain some knowledge. Ding! The clear sound rang out again. Aperture point explosion. Do you wish to replicate? Aperture point explosion? Lin Feng was startled. He had never heard of this word before. Yes, Lin Feng casually replied. Originally, he thought that the replication failed sound would ring out again, but the result was unexpected. Something seemed to rush into his mind, and Lin Feng's eyes suddenly widened. Inexplicably, he seemed to understand how to use aperture point explosion. That was to use soul power to control the aperture point explosion and obtain the ability of the aperture point. Heroic wheel, blood separation point. Open. The pleasant sound rang out again. All of a sudden, Lin Feng seemed to see his right foot. 3 inches below his kneecap, a blood-red light spot slowly lit up, flashing with a weak red light. This is an aperture point? Lin Feng was shocked. Without a doubt, this was the heroic wheel blood separation point that the pleasant sound spoke of. Lin Feng could clearly feel its existence, and could estimate what kind of power it would produce if he used his soul power to activate the aperture point. Reward complete. The pleasant sound rang out. Immediately, the scene before Lin Feng's eyes changed again. This time, he really returned to the passageway. It was as if he was riding a cloud shuttle, and he flew towards the illusory light. 4-star training grounds number 1866. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng appeared. It was a vast and boundless grassland, and as far as the eye could see, it was covered in green grass. As far as the eye could see. Lin Feng let out a long breath and glanced at the 100-star plate in his left hand, only to see the shining stars. However, there was only one star. With a bitter laugh, Lin Feng didn't care too much. With his strength, he was already satisfied to be able to come to this 4-star training grounds. What else could he ask for? Looking around, Lin Feng turned around, and his expression changed greatly. Not far away, a girl in green clothes was calmly looking at him. Bright eyes, petite figure, and a 3-colored scabbard on her waist. On the scabbard, there were 3 treasured swords, red, blue, and green. The tips of the swords merged into one, forming a strange symbol. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's body turned cold, and his hair stood on end. When did this girl in green appear? He didn't even know. What terrifying strength! Lin Feng was drenched in cold sweat. In the blink of an eye, a smile bloomed on the girl in green's face, like the smile of a demon. Lin Feng only felt his beautiful eyes turn hazy, and then he saw a terrifying sword slash across his neck. In the blink of an eye, he lost consciousness. His soul power couldn't stop it at all. The difference in strength was too great. The beginner-apprentice exam has ended. The voice sounded in his ears. Lin Feng's consciousness returned, and in front of him was a dazzling white light, as if it was still space. You obtained a total of 15,000 starlight points. That pleasant voice directly entered his mind. Lin Feng was stunned, and before he could recover, the voice continued. Return to the 33 layers of heaven. Begin teleportation. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and Lin Feng immediately threw everything to the back of his mind. No matter what, he could finally go back. I wonder what those 15,000 starlight points are? Acupoints exploded and returned to my body. Can I use them? During the teleportation process, Lin Feng was constantly thinking. This beginner-apprentice exam, to him, didn't give him much. It was more about what he learned and what he saw. It really opened his eyes. The face of the girl in green was deeply imprinted in Lin Feng's mind, and he couldn't get rid of it. In front of her, he was like a lowly ant, without the slightest ability to resist. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. One day I will surpass you. Lin Feng clenched his fists, and his eyes lit up. Some people would shrink back and be afraid when faced with setbacks. But some people would only become braver with setbacks, just like a sharp knife. The sharper it gets. Ding, teleportation complete. You will enter the 31st layer of heaven in 10 seconds. March is almost here. Please give me a guaranteed monthly vote. Xiao Xiao usually doesn't fight for monthly votes because she can't win. But monthly votes are a facade, so she should at least decorate it, right? Xiao Xiao will reserve it here in advance to make Lin Feng's facade look better. Chapter 152. Lin Feng blinked. Did I hear it wrong? 10, 9, 8. The countdown rang clearly in his ears. Lin Feng woke up a little as the voice replayed in his mind. 31st heaven. Lin Feng muttered softly with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Immediately, his eyes lit up. Lin Feng could not help but clap his hands. Yes, according to the ranks of martial artists, a beginner Emperor Wu enters the 1st to 10th heaven. A mid-level Emperor Wu enters the 11th to 20th heaven, and a high-level Emperor Wu enters the 21st to 30th heaven. According to this calculation, what's after the 30th heaven? Lin Feng's curiosity was piqued. He could not help but show a faint smile. It seems that I have unknowingly uncovered a secret of the 33 heavens training base. All right, Fong Ning, have you passed the 19th heaven? Little Sword asked curiously. Fong Ning smiled noncommittally. Take a guess. TSK. Forget it if you don't want to say, Little Sword muttered. Unfortunately, reaching the 9th heaven is my limit. Fong Ning said indifferently. That's because the 9th heaven is the most difficult. Isn't it the 29th heaven? Little Sword narrowed his eyes, as if he had caught the meaning behind Fong Ning's words. Fong Ning shook his head. Among the 3 great hunters, there are people who have passed the 29th heaven, and there are also people from the 8 great hunters. As for the 19th heaven, other than the heaven-breaking martial god, There's only the elusive Moon Empress. As for the ninth heaven, he did not continue, but looking at Fong Ning's expression, Little Sword already understood. Indeed, the ninth heaven was like an insurmountable chasm for a beginner Emperor Wu. I wonder what's after the 30th heaven, Little Sword murmured. No one knows, Fong Ning said softly. Whoosh! A bright light flashed. Lin Feng felt a slight tremor in his body, as if the space was distorted. He steadied his mind and unconsciously released his soul power. However, he was unable to detect anything, as if it had been isolated by a layer of invisible energy. The white light seemed to bend into the shape of a figure eight, showing an irregular distortion. At this moment, a door of light appeared in front of him and slowly opened. Welcome to the 31st heavenly layer. An indifferent voice rang out. Lin Feng instantly felt a sense of familiarity. Every time he went through the 33 levels of heaven, he would hear this mechanical voice. Lin Feng smiled. No matter what, he was finally back. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim when the bronze light entered his eyes. It was a huge copper door with complicated patterns on it. It was 10 meters tall and 6 meters wide. On the right side of the door was a ferocious dragon head that seemed to be roaring. It was sparkling, and in the dragon's mouth was a resplendent sky-blue pearl. It was magnificent. Please place your hand inside to verify your identity. When the voice reached Lin Feng's ears, he was slightly startled. Glancing at the huge copper door, Lin Feng's gaze finally fell on the ferocious dragon head. He slowly nodded his head. Obviously, there was no other place to place his hand. Wah! A scorching hot feeling came. In an instant, Lin Feng felt his right hand was wrapped by a huge energy, and in a split second he felt numb. Beginner apprentice passed. Beginner apprentice passed. Lin Feng's ears kept on ringing, and his eyes lit up slightly. Obviously, there was a condition to enter the 31st heavenly layer through this bronze door. However, he should have met the requirement. Sure enough, ding, a crisp sound rang out. Lin Feng's mouth curved. Passed. Deducting 10 starlight points, 14,990 starlight points remaining. After the voice, ignoring Lin Feng's slightly strange expression, the bronze door made a deep sound, as if it hadn't been opened for a long time, and slowly opened. Oh! Lin Feng nodded his head. These starlight points seemed to be a necessity to enter the 31st heavenly layer. Fortunately, he had earned quite a bit in the training field. A drop in the ocean. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Only spending 10 starlight points, for him, who had 15,000 starlight points, it wasn't a big deal. In front of him was a hazy, fog-like existence. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and instantly passed through it. Immediately, Lin Feng lifted his right foot and stepped into the 31st heavenly layer. Without hesitation, because this was the only path he could take. This is the 31st heavenly layer? Lin Feng looked around curiously. What he saw in front of him was completely different from what he imagined. He thought that after entering the bronze door, there would be a room. However, he didn't expect that after stepping into the hazy fog, he would actually come to a world of clouds. It was snowy white, and the fresh air made people feel relaxed and happy. Lin Feng looked at his right hand, and his eyes lit up. He saw that on his right wrist that was placed in the dragon's mouth, there was actually an additional circle of teeth marks. A star-shaped teeth mark. Strange. Lin Feng was still in shock, but a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Hello, beginner apprentice. This is your first time entering the cultivation space, so let me give you a simple introduction. The time ratio between here and the outside world is 10:1, which means that 10 hours in the cultivation space is equivalent to 1 hour in the outside world. Cultivation space, Lin Feng muttered. As for the time ratio, Lin Feng wasn't too surprised. He had already seen it in the first 10 levels. Not to mention, in the Dark Illusion, the time ratio was as high as 100:1. Every time you spend 10 starlight points, you can stay in the cultivation space for 10 days, which is 1 day in the outside world. The voice was calm, and Lin Feng didn't care, but his voice suddenly changed. Of course, this refers to the beginner cultivation space. Entering the intermediate cultivation space, the time ratio will reach 100. 1. In the advanced cultivation space, the time ratio is 1000. 1. The voice seemed to be heavier. Lin Feng was stunned, his heart beating rapidly. In other words, a day in the outside world with 1,000 days in the advanced cultivation space. Oh my God! Inject your elemental energy into the Dragon Star Seal, and you can directly enter the cultivation space. Listening to the voice, Lin Feng instantly looked at his right wrist, his eyes shining. He didn't need to think to know that the inexplicable mark on his wrist was undoubtedly the so-called Dragon Star Seal. In the cultivation space, there are a total of 7 sacred halls. Among them, 2 of the beginner cultivation spaces are open. The indifferent voice slowly fell. At the end of the beginner cultivation space is the entrance to the intermediate cultivation space. You can enter once you meet the requirements. Finally, I hope you can become a sky martial artist as soon as possible. Sky martial artist. Lin Feng suddenly remembered what his father had said to him before. Sky martial artist, named after the heavens, means that this kind of power is bestowed by the heavens. And in the sky martial continent, sky martial artists are called martial gods. How similar! What his father had said was inexplicably similar to the ancient ruins. Was it a coincidence? Or maybe Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a faint luster, and he let out a long sigh. This time's beginner-apprentice examination had given him too much knowledge. Just like when he had left the Lin family village, he had seen the sky martial continent in disbelief. And now it was the same. The beginner-apprentice examination's alternate world space seemed as far as the horizon, but he could actually touch it. In the training field, he had seen one expert after another. Emperor Wu, who was also a beginner-apprentice like him, was ridiculously strong, especially in the 4-star training field. The green-clothed lady who had killed him in the end. This matter is not simple. Lin Feng sighed lightly. His father's matter had always been a big mystery in his heart. According to Lin Xianglong's words, he and his brother had been brought to the Lin family village by his father, and at that time his father had lost both his legs, was covered in blood, and was on the verge of death. There must be a huge secret hidden within all of this. Forget it. What's the point of thinking so much about it? Lin Feng shook his head in shame. The boat will cross the bridge when it comes to it. Thinking about how he had been killed like an ant in the training field, Lin Feng laughed bitterly. Week to week, there was only one thing he could do now, and that was to increase his strength. Without strength, everything was just empty talk. I wonder if I can enter the intermediate training field. Lin Feng looked into the distance, and with a look of anticipation, he turned into a ray of light and flew away. It's going to take a look. The journey was not far. On the way, Lin Feng saw the 2 holy palaces, one red and the other orange. They seemed to be carved out of jade and were extremely beautiful, giving off a feeling of paradise. Although he could enter, he was not in a hurry. His goal was to reach the end of the beginner training field. Soon, Lin Feng saw a majestic bronze door, standing tall and majestic. Sitting on the clouds, this door leading to the intermediate training field was not only taller and wider, it was also floating independently, giving off a dignified feeling. Even the dragon head on the right side was more lifelike than before. Its eyes were wide open, as if it had come alive. Lin Feng's heart moved, and he immediately put his right hand inside. In an instant, the Dragon Star seal on his wrist lit up. A long sound rang out. Intermediate apprentice course failed. The voice beside his ear was very clear. Lin Feng understood. It seemed that he had to pass through the 11th to 20th levels first, just like when he was beginner Emperor Wu. Looks like I have to take it step by step. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with disappointment. After all, in the intermediate training field, the time ratio was 100. 1. In the beginner training field, the time ratio was only 10. 1. The efficiency was 10 times worse. Forget it, one should not be too greedy. Lin Feng smiled. At the very least, 1 day's time could be used as 10 days' time. Without a doubt, he had earned 9 days. It was fine as long as he could earn something. What he lacked the most now was time. Sounds like that holy palace is not bad. Lin Feng nodded. Thinking back to the 2 holy palaces he had just passed, an inexplicable sense of anticipation appeared in his heart, and he immediately sped away. Looking for subscriptions, looking for recommendations. This chapter is a little slow. Luckily, I made it before 12. Looking for guaranteed monthly votes for March _at. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for recommendations and monthly votes. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 153. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. The qualifier went on like a whirlwind, and Lin Feng's absence in the second round was quickly forgotten. After that, Lin Feng did not appear at all. It was as if he had disappeared February 8th. It was an ordinary day, but it was not ordinary in the training base. The 4th and final round of the qualifier, 4-2. It was a heavyweight battle. This was because the 2 warriors who won would be given the opportunity to enter the primordial ruins. They would fight to the death. This month's qualifier is over. Blue Hunter nodded with a smile. In an instant, the entire hall was filled with cheers and applause. At the corner of the field, Han Xiling's expression was desolate and lonely. She looked at Overlord Saber Lei Jiang, who was receiving everyone's congratulations. After a fierce battle, she lost by a small margin. The failure made her feel disheartened. However, the winner takes all. This was how it was. In fact, no one expected that Lei Jiang, who was instantly defeated by Huan Yao, would be given the opportunity to enter the primordial ruins. Sometimes, luck was also very important. A hand suddenly appeared in front of her. Han Xiling was slightly stunned and immediately raised her head. Junior brother Lin Feng? Looking at the familiar face, Han Xiling said in surprise. I only failed once, senior sister Ziling. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Looking at her beautiful face, which was like a withered leaf, Lin Feng couldn't help but think of the past. Senior sister Ziling, who stood up for him without saying a word, had undoubtedly lost some of her sharpness. She was like a general who had lost a battle. Han Xiling looked at Lin Feng and hesitated. Let's work hard together next month. Lin Feng's smile was filled with vitality and confidence. Han Xiling smiled and gently held Lin Feng's hand. Then, she stood up. Feeling the warmth in her palm, her heart skipped a beat. She blushed and immediately let go of his hand. Okay, let's work hard together, Han Xiling said softly. Their eyes met. When he saw that senior sister Ziling had returned to normal, Lin Feng smiled in a carefree manner. Just as he came out of the sacred hall, he suddenly realized that he had been training for nearly 4 days, and even the selection had ended. Looking into the distance, Lin Feng smiled and said, See you at the spear dojo later, senior sister. Okay, Han Xiling nodded. Other than the lucky Lei Jiang, the other person who obtained the quota deserved it. The emperor of the training base, Fong Ning. Long before the preliminaries began, he was a powerhouse who had been personally selected by Blue Hunting Master to advance to the next rank. Sure enough, in the end, with his overwhelming strength, all the battles were easily won. This included his final match against Little Sword. As expected, I still can't compare to you. Little Sword sighed softly. That's because of the difference in the ranks of martial artists. Fong Ning smiled slightly. He was already a high-level Emperor Wu. Stop pretending. Little Sword rolled his eyes at Fong Ning. He had a look that said, Do you think I don't know you? However, he saw Fong Ning's gaze suddenly change. Little Sword turned his head to look, and his gaze froze. At that moment, the originally noisy hall suddenly quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Lin Feng had appeared. Congratulations, Fong Ning. Lin Feng did not care about other people's gazes. He smiled and extended his right hand. Thank you. Fong Ning's eyes sparkled. He smiled and shook hands with him. Lin Feng shifted his gaze slightly. He instantly saw Little Sword staring at his eyes. He could not help but smile awkwardly. You're feeling guilty, aren't you, kid? Little Sword raised his eyebrows. I've been looking forward to that battle. Look at you, you stood me up. I've been looking forward to it too. Lin Feng answered with a hidden meaning. His eyes that were originally calm and indifferent seemed to have a faint layer of light. They sparkled. Oh, not only little sword, even Fong Ning's eyes shone. The previous Lin Feng was a little introverted, similar to him. It was a kind of introverted confidence in his own strength. But now, he was like a warrior who was full of fighting spirit on the battlefield, full of fighting spirit. It was as though there were countless obstacles and chasms in front of him that he had to cross and open. It was a kind of deep pursuit of strength. Fong Ning looked at Little Sword. Clearly, their thoughts were the same. Lin Feng had changed. Spear Field, Wang Chong, Han Xiling, and the other students were all shocked. Teacher Frost, please enlighten me. Lin Feng shook the ice soul soaring dragon spear in his hand, producing a soft buzzing sound. All right, I won't take advantage of you. I'll spar with you using the body standard of an intermediate Emperor Wu. Frost's eyes narrowed. The Lin Feng in front of her actually made her feel a sense of danger. Was it an illusion? What's wrong? Lala, who had just stepped into the spear field, was startled. Ah, Junior is back? Now that you're back, you're going to challenge Teacher Frost. Wang Chong was speechless. Han Xiling's beautiful eyes flickered. Indeed, it was a challenge. Lin Feng's eyes, which were filled with fighting spirit, made her heart tremble. Wasn't this what she lacked? In the midst of their conversation, the battle began. Lin Feng was like an arrow piercing through the air. He took a step forward as if he was made by heaven. The ice soul, soaring dragon spear in his hand flickered with a cold light. Suddenly, a huge white snake appeared in the void. Its whole body was covered with crystal scales, twisting and turning violently. A golden horn suddenly appeared on its head. Firmament Spear, Art Level 5. Heavens, is that Flood Dragon transformation? Everyone's eyes lit up. Of the people in the spear field, only Han Xiling had comprehended the 5th level of Firmament Spear Art. However, she was only able to grasp this snake form, which was still far from Flood Dragon transformation. The further one progressed in the spear, the harder it was to comprehend the spear moves. No wonder you're so confident. Frost smiled. As a teacher, what could be more exciting than the improvement of one's students? A cold white glow flashed across the ice jade spear in her hand. Another huge white snake appeared in the air, roaring furiously. It wasn't any weaker than Lin Feng's. At this moment, Frost also moved. Her speed wasn't fast. Just as she had said before, she was only at the standard of an intermediate Emperor Wu. However, with a single step, she blocked all of Lin Feng's escape routes. It was even more mystical. Both of them are at the level of perfection. Xingyi Fusion. Han Xiling's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She knew that Teacher Frost's spear art was at the same level. But Lin Feng, in less than a month's time, his spear art had improved from the 2nd level of novice to the 3rd level of perfection. How is this possible? Han Xiling bit her lips lightly. Her eyes were filled with complex emotions. In an instant, pong, a loud sound of collision sounded. The 2 white flood dragons in the air dissipated in an instant. The group was so shocked that they couldn't say a word. A gust of wind dispersed, and the terrifying force of the collision slowly dissipated. 2 figures holding spears gradually appeared. As expected of Teacher Frost, Lin Feng smiled as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his right hand. He had suffered some minor injuries from the previous collision. You have improved a lot. Frost's expression was calm, but her heart couldn't calm down. It would be an insult to describe Lin Feng's strength as lightning speed. In less than a month's time, the Firmament Spear Art had actually broken through from the 3rd layer of the Scarlet Snake Flame Dance to the 5th layer of the Flood Dragon transformation. What was even more shocking was that his spear intent had gone from being completely ignorant when he had just arrived to the present. It was the same as Frost's Xingyi Fusion. As expected, I'm still at a disadvantage in terms of movement technique. Lin Feng nodded. He knew that even though his movement technique was at the perfect level, Teacher Frost's movement technique was at the outstanding level. The difference of one level was like heaven and earth. Feeling the rise and fall of his chest and the slight pain, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. This kind of real battle could awaken one's battle instincts and bring out one's true strength. It wasn't something that could be compared to in the illusory space. Teacher Frost, be careful. Lin Feng's eyes shone. Suddenly, the ice soul, soaring dragon spear in his hand, seemed to have become more ferocious. Lin Feng's fighting spirit surged. This time, I will use all my strength to attack. Hua! Everyone's expression changed. What did Lin Feng mean? You must be joking. That wasn't Junior Lin Feng's full strength? Wang Chong said in shock. It can't be. Lala's face turned green. Han Xiling stared at Lin Feng. Her hands were clenched into fists for some reason. Her palms were sweating and her body was trembling. Of course, she wouldn't suspect that Lin Feng was speaking without thinking. There was no need for that. Since Lin Feng dared to say such words, he must have a strength. In an instant, there was a loud explosion. In everyone's eyes, Lin Feng's figure suddenly became hazy. The sky seemed to be pitch black. The loud roar of a dragon resounded through the heavens. In the air, a huge white dragon roared as if it had broken through the heavens. Everyone's heart trembled. Heavens, it's dragon ascension. It can't be. The final move of the 5th level. Frost's eyes were filled with shock. Although there was only a single move between Flood Dragon Transformation and Dragon Ascension, the final move of each level was the most difficult. When she comprehended Dragon Ascension, she was already a titled martial god, but it still took her 2 whole years. But now good. Frost suddenly shouted, a joyful smile blossoming on her face. The stronger her students were, the more she, as a teacher, would feel proud of herself. Boom! The same roar sounded. It was not inferior to Lin Feng's. In the air, the 2 dragons fought each other, causing the sky to change color. In the face of Lin Feng's provocation, Frost used all her strength. The ice jade spear in her hand shone brightly. Her feet moved in a strange rhythm as she suddenly stepped forward. Although it was only the beginning of the excellent level, compared to Lin Feng's perfect level, there was a difference of 1 level. A difference that determined victory and defeat. But, in an instant, Frost's expression changed. The Lin Feng in front of her was inexplicably covered in blood-red light. His entire body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of blood mist, appearing extremely hazy. However, his figure suddenly became extremely illusory, as if he was a ghost. Acupoints erupt. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Chapter 154. Heroic Wheel, Blood Separation Point. Lin Feng felt that he had entered a strange state after being broken by the powerful soul power. The red light spot below his right knee shone brightly, and a strong power spread throughout his body. The meridians in his legs seemed to become stronger, and his cells became more active. Frost's steps appeared in his mind like a shadow. Suddenly, an opportunity appeared. Lin Feng's body was like a red lightning bolt, shuttling through. It was like that day in the training field, when the saber user covered the entire area, but the sword user was like a sharp arrow, penetrate. It was an opportunity, but Lin Feng used his explosive power to turn it into an opportunity. Speed was the only thing that couldn't be broken. Shit! Lin Feng's sudden change caught Bing Shuang off guard. The Ice Soul, soaring dragon spear, seemed to have turned into a real dragon. It bypassed the Ice Jade spear and went straight for Bing Shuang's chest. Extremely dangerous. In an instant, Frost's eyes became cold. An extremely cold aura, with a terrifying power, was released from the Ice Jade spear, as if everything around was frozen. Pong! A loud sound was heard. The entire spear martial arts field shook, and the energy was still violent. Wang Chong and the others stared at each other, and their mouths were wide open. It was very funny. Even Han Xiling's hands were sweating, and her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin Feng had forced Frost to this extent. Light flashed, and the 2 figures gradually regained their colors. Lin Feng's face was slightly pale, and there were bloodstains, but his eyes were shining. On the other hand, Frost didn't have any wounds on her body, but her face was filled with surprise and fear. Who was the winner? Thank you for your guidance, Frost teacher. Lin Feng is convinced of my loss. With a faint smile, Lin Feng slightly bowed his head, put the ice soul-soaring dragon spear back into its sheath, and turned to leave. Wang Chong and the others watched Lin Feng leave, and they couldn't help but sigh. Although he lost, Lin Feng was still honorable. To be able to fight with Frost teacher like this, it was already terrifying enough. Did you see that blood light around junior apprentice brother Lin Feng's body? Lala asked doubtfully. Heavens, so my eyes weren't playing tricks on me, Wang Chong said in shock. I thought I was seeing things. What kind of move is this? I don't know, but he's very strong. Han Xilin's expression was very serious. Indeed, he was very strong. Everyone could see it clearly, especially Frost herself, who could feel it deeply. What a terrifying burst of power. Frost was still in shock. Thinking back to Lin Feng's soaring dragon spear, he felt a chill in his heart. If she was really an intermediate Emperor Wu, she would have died a horrible death. I lost. Frost's voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard it clearly. Wang Chong and the others looked at each other in shock. Frost didn't feel embarrassed at all. She only felt proud of Lin Feng's progress. After all, Lin Feng possessed true strength. In less than 10 days, Lin Feng seemed to have changed into a different person. Furthermore, the move he used at the end, Frost covered her mouth, and a thoughtful light flashed in her eyes. The basic cultivation dimension is not bad. Lin Feng clenched his fists. It had been less than 4 days, but he had trained for almost 40 days in the elementary training space. The Alpha Hall and Alpha Hall are indeed useful. Lin Feng smiled faintly. In just a short period of time, he had comprehended the form and will fusion spear art to perfection and grasped the essence of the firmament spear art to the 5th level. Without a doubt, the 2 sacred halls in the basic cultivation dimension had contributed greatly to this. It was precisely because of this that he wasted 4 days of time. My spear art realm and spear moves are already strong enough. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. The battle, just now, was a touchstone for him to understand his current strength. Even though my movement technique is only at the perfect level, my aperture eruption is not inferior to the excellent level, and even better. Lin Feng's face was filled with confidence. Indeed, the one who lost in the end was Frost, because she had gone back on her promise before the battle. But the strength of a titled martial god is really terrifying. Lin Feng thought of Frost's final move and couldn't help but smile bitterly. That cold aura seemed to freeze him, and in an instant it seemed to freeze the space. A coldness that seeped into one's soul. It was a strange yet powerful force. So this is a titled martial god. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled as he murmured softly. Fang Ning and Lei Jiang left. Some of them sincerely wished the two of them well, but most of them were happy for themselves. In January's rankings, one of them was in the 1st place, while the other was in the 9th place. With the departure of the two, most of the martial artists' rankings would rise by 2 places, and their chances of entering the selection would increase by 1 point. After all, Lei Jiang had made a good start. The elimination system of the selection had added a lot of unknowns. As February's rankings were reset to 0 and the rankings were fixed, everyone was looking forward to what would happen next. Who do you think will be first after Fang Ning leaves? Lin Feng or Little Jian? After all, they were 2nd and 3rd place in January. Idiot, it will definitely be Dugu Feng. Emperor Wu, who is still at the advanced level, is stronger. As for Lin Feng and Little Jian, who have just advanced to the intermediate level, Emperor Wu's points in the tempering pool and 33 levels of heaven will definitely plummet. How can they compete with him? Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, after the points were reset to 0, there were a lot of variables. Especially those who had just advanced, they would have to work hard again in the 33 levels of heaven and the tempering pool. February 9th, midnight. Everyone gathered in front of the light screen and stared at the light screen. In an instant, wow, a white light flashed, and the rankings appeared one after another, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. It was extremely noisy. 1. Dugafong 8, 2. Deluwaner 6, 3. Red Leopard 10. As expected, the top 3 were all advanced level Emperor Wu. At the same time, they were also the 3 most powerful advanced level Emperor Wu in the training base. As for little Jian, just as everyone expected, because he had advanced to the intermediate level, Emperor Wu, little Jian's ranking plummeted and fell out of the top 10. However, it was still not bad. The worst was Lin Feng, 33rd place. As expected, he's just a facade. What newbie with the most potential? Now that he's an intermediate level Emperor Wu, he's useless. He's just a coward who doesn't even dare to spar. How can he be compared to little Jian? Everyone discussed fervently, especially Lin Feng, who had offended many people. Due to his abrupt forfeit in the second round, nearly half of the students lost money for no reason. It could be said that they were frustrated by their loss, so naturally, they bore a grudge against Lin Feng. Useless? Wang Chong and the others smiled in disdain. Ignorance was truly frightening. Others might not know, but they had personally witnessed the scene of Lin Feng at the spear field. Scram, you all don't know what you're talking about. Wang Chong harumphed coldly. In an instant, the noisy crowd fell silent as everyone turned to look at Wang Chong. How much do you know about Lin Feng's strength? No one in the same cultivation realm can defeat him. Putting aside little Jian, even conferred martial gods, it's all the same. Those words caused everyone to gasp in shock. The words conferred martial god stunned them, and the atmosphere became much more oppressive. But in an instant, as though fireworks had exploded, the entire hall burst into laughter. Defeat a conferred martial god of the same cultivation realm? What a joke. Even Fong Ning wouldn't dare to boast like that, right? I'm dying of laughter. You people from the spear field really dare to boast. Even the cows are flying in the sky. Conferred martial god? He's a level lower than you, yet he can beat you to the ground. Everyone chimed in one after another, clearly treating Wang Chong's words as a joke. Indeed, who could believe it? What kind of existence was a conferred martial god? Even Fong Ning wouldn't compare him to a conferred martial god. The difference between Emperor Wu and the martial god was like the difference between heaven and earth. They were on completely different levels. Wang Chong's face was red with anger. Beside him, Han Tai hugged Wang Chong and patted his shoulder. All right, don't be angry. Lala also smiled and said, That's right, senior brother. No matter how much you say, they won't believe you. Let's go. Han Xiling stood up. She glanced at the unbridled laughter of the students and calmly shook her head. Time will prove everything. Sooner or later, they will realize how childish they are. After which, she led the way and left. Even though Wang Chong was unwilling to leave, he could only let it go. Just as senior sister Ziling said, time will prove everything. Ancient civilization machine, speed amplification space. At this moment, Lin Feng was sweating profusely. He was constantly undergoing extreme training. The cells in his legs were severely depleted, and energy was replenished in an instant. Then, he would undergo another round of intense exhaustion. Through repeated cycles, he achieved the goal of increasing the vitality of his cells. To the body, this was definitely a burden to its limits. However, Lin Feng had already persisted for an entire day and night. This was one of the ancient civilization machines that consumed the most time points. Every 2 hours, 20 light points would be consumed. Lin Feng had already consumed a total of 240 light points. In an instant, whoosh, a white light suddenly flashed. Lin Feng's movements came to a halt. He took a deep breath. Is it the time again? Lin Feng shook his head lightly. Feeling his tired body, he murmured, There's no rush. I can't waste the opportunity to enter the Trastrimsa heaven every day. I don't want to waste it like the Dragon Spine Road that was given to me at the beginning of the month. That was a pity. Fortunately, my body is strong enough. The Dragon Spine Road does not increase my strength much. I'll just let it be. Thinking in his heart, Lin Feng immediately stepped out of the door. What do you think about the candidates for the supernova competition at the beginning of March? Blue Hunter asked calmly. There's no need to think about it. Among all the Emperor Wu in the hunt, Fong Ning is the only candidate. A man with sword-like eyebrows nodded calmly. One of the 8 great hunters, the cold sword martial god, Ao, ran. Blue Hunter looked around and nodded in agreement. Only Frost was a little hesitant. She asked curiously, Frost, do you think Fong Ning is not suitable? No, it's Fong Ning. Frost said slowly. I believe that he will be able to defeat the representatives of the other 3 forces and win the title of Supernova for the hunt. Yes. Blue Hunter smiled. It's decided then. There's a third update later. I'm asking for a guaranteed monthly vote today. Brothers and sisters, please give me 1 at _@. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 155. Ancient Relic, Dragon Transformation. This was a dragon-shaped ancient relic that extended for tens of thousands of meters. The huge dragon's mouth was wide open, and its sharp dragon teeth made people tremble in fear. This was the ancient relic that warriors were most familiar with. No matter how long it took, as long as they could survive, they would definitely become a titled martial god. It was called Dragon Transformation, and it meant that a flood dragon would transform into a dragon and soar into the sky. According to legend, there is only a 1% chance of a flood dragon transforming into a dragon, and it was the same for Dragon Transformation. High-level Emperor Wu had a 10% chance of survival. Mid-level Emperor Wu had a 1% chance of survival, and low-level Emperor Wu had a 0% chance of survival. This made all the Emperor Wu shrink back. The mortality rate was too high. There were many titled martial gods who came out of the dragon's tail alive. However, strangely enough, none of them mentioned anything about the process of transforming into a dragon. Thus, to this day, no one knew what secrets were hidden in the dragonification of the primordial relic. Doomsday Plan, Death Trial? Ziyuan's face was covered in blood, and the tip of her tongue flickered with a demonic cold light. In a gloomy and silent environment, there was blood everywhere, and one could faintly see corpses. They seemed to be human warriors, but also seemed to be demon beasts. The suffocating air had a thick smell of blood, which made people shudder. So this is the true face of Dragon Transformation. Ziyuan tore apart her clothes and simply bandaged the wound that was deep to the bone. She did not even make a sound and walked forward while her eyes were filled with intense hatred. Jiao, I will not let you die in vain. Just you wait. Wait until I finish Dragon Transformation and become a titled martial god. I will kill that Lin Feng and avenge you. Definitely. A tearing roar resounded, and Ziyuan's eyes were incomparably ferocious. The days in the training base were dull but fulfilling. Tempering once every 3 days and going through the 33 layers of heaven once a day, Lin Feng's strength increased extremely quickly. The only thing he was not satisfied with was the time points had been used up, a total of 1650 luminous points, which made all the students in the training base envious, jealous, and hateful. However, in Lin Feng's hands, they were all used up in just a week. Lin Feng had only used 2 ancient civilization machines to increase strength and speed. It was dull and simple, but it was very practical. February 24th. In the training room, Lin Feng stood calmly. He was fully equipped with the enigmatic flame gloves, the thunder slaughter ring, and the polar jade bracers. Half a month has passed. The energy of the fire dragon fruit should be more or less absorbed. Lin Feng nodded, his eyes releasing a bright luster. To a fire spirit master, although the fire dragon fruit is a top-grade spirit fruit, it is comparable to an immortal fruit. Not only can it increase the power of the fire, it can also increase the sensitivity of the fire. It was very rare. There were quite a few spirit fruits that increased the power of essence fire, but those that could increase the sensitivity of essence fire were few and far between. I wonder how much it will improve. Lin Feng murmured softly. In a split second, sensing with his heart, Lin Feng couldn't help but be startled. The ball of light in his mind was faintly visible, and he seemed to be able to see the purple fire burning fiercely. Hua! A cluster of crystal yellow flames burned in his hand. Lin Feng's eyes glowed. Yellow? The power of the essence fire had directly increased from orange to yellow. This was undoubtedly an evolution of the origin. But this wasn't what shocked Lin Feng the most. The most shocking thing was that the sensitivity of his essence fire had nearly doubled. Father said before, the soul is the general, and the spirit is the soldier. Lin Feng nodded in realization. My soul power has increased greatly, so the increase of the spirit is also natural. Feeling the intense burning of the flame, Lin Feng seemed to have touched the blazing temperature, and his eyes carried a trace of nostalgia. After coming to the training base, he had stopped cultivating the essence fire, but there were gains and losses. Now, not only was his strength increasing at a godly speed, even his fighting strength as a martial artist. He could even kill a high-level giant beast leader. How could he have imagined it in the past? Unfortunately, I still can't pass the 19th floor. Lin Feng sighed softly and shook his head. Since coming out from the 31st floor half a month ago, he hadn't entered the beginner cultivation space again. After all, no matter how strong the spear moves and spear techniques were, or how strong his fighting strength was, if his physical fitness wasn't enough and his strength didn't grow, what was the use? Just like a child holding a knife, it was far less threatening than an adult holding a wooden stick. Moreover, the foundation of becoming a title martial god was the physical fitness. He had to first reach the lowest standard. My spear moves are powerful enough, but my movement technique is still too weak. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. If only the aperture eruption could last a little longer. Every time the aperture eruption, it could only support one attack. This made Lin Feng feel very helpless. To pass the 19th floor, the only way is to increase my soul power. In another 10 days to half a month, maybe my soul power will be enough to pass. Lin Feng nodded. Through reading Mystery of Souls, his soul power increased rapidly. He had to pass the intermediate apprentice course. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to enter the intermediate cultivation space. For Lin Feng, the beginner cultivation space is 10. One-time ratio was far less than the intermediate cultivation space's 100. One-time ratio. The difference in efficiency was 10 times. The days passed one by one. The rankings were constantly updated, but the top 3 positions didn't move at all. However, Little Sword had already quietly caught up to 5th place, a position he had once occupied for a very long period of time in January. As for Lin Feng, the strongest newcomer, Halo, was gradually forgotten. From the 33rd place at the beginning, he was still outside the 20th place at the end of the month. The speed of improvement was like a turtle crawling. Compared to Xiao Jian, it was undoubtedly the difference between heaven and earth. They couldn't be compared at all. The genius had fallen. No one talked about Lin Feng anymore. No one believed that a miracle would happen a second time. And Xiao Jian, the genius favored by God, was the focus of everyone's attention. February 28th. On the last day of February, as everyone expected, Xiao Jian's ranking rose. From the 5th place, he jumped to the 2nd place, second only to Du Gufeng. As for Lin Feng, his ranking fell instead of rising. What goes around comes around. This time, Lin Feng is suppressed by Huan Yao. Huan Yao is very fierce. After advancing to the beginner Emperor Wu, he got to the 23rd place so quickly. I heard that his Eye of Illusion has become stronger. I don't know who will win in the month-end qualifier this time. Everyone was talking about it. Seeing the former strongest newcomer down and out, they couldn't wait to stomp on him a few more times to vent their anger. However, yet, Lin Feng acted as though nothing had happened. He sat in a corner and chatted with the crowd in the spear field, as though they weren't talking about him at all. Ha, Junior, you sure are unpopular, Wang Chong chuckled. Indeed, to think that there would be so many people who resent you. Lala covered her mouth and said. Lin Feng chuckled. Do you think that I should shout and quarrel with him? There were always some people who couldn't bear to see others doing well. How could he lower himself to their level? They're all frogs in a well. They don't know how frightening your current strength is. Han Xiling looked at Lin Feng and nodded in agreement. Others might not know, but she was the clearest. Lin Feng had sparred with her 3 times, and the result, she was defeated 3 times. He was ridiculously strong. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curved indifferently as he smiled meaningfully. In any case, they will shut their mouths very soon. I think so too. A lazy voice came from behind. Everyone looked over and saw Xiao Jian walking over lazily. Looking at Lin Feng, he smiled. You brat, why aren't you going to challenge the Dragon Spine Road? Lin Feng chuckled. You didn't go either, didn't you? The two of them looked at each other and burst into laughter. Little Sword punched Lin Feng's chest. I've been preparing for this for 2 months. If you dare to stand me up again in this selection, I won't let you off. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I will do as you wish. When had he ever slacked off? Good. I will look forward to it. Xiao Jian's eyes shone brightly. Compared to the rankings, he was more concerned about the duel with Lin Feng. Let's see who is stronger. At this moment, outside the virtual world, a skinny young man ran in and shouted at the top of his voice, Extra, extra! 2 shocking news. Lin Feng's attention was attracted. As a matter of fact, everyone turned around to look at the thin and weak young man. Among the students, the name Chun Baishao was quite famous. It was not because of his strength, but because he was well-informed. In this completely sealed training ground, he actually knew a lot of things that happened in the Sky Martial Continent. Baishao, hurry up and say it. Don't keep us in suspense. The students immediately became rowdy. Something that could be called shocking news was definitely not ordinary. Cough, cough. Chun Baishao coughed twice. His shrewd eyes flickered. He extended his right hand and slowly said, Fong Ning and Lei Jiang came out from the steel primordial ruins. Wow. Everyone was in an uproar. Lin Feng and Xiao Jian couldn't help but look at each other and smiled indifferently. TSK, how is this considered big news? Everyone knows that the steel primordial ruins are not dangerous at all. That's right, the two of them will come out sooner or later. Following someone's rowdy comments, everyone started to discuss. Lin Feng nodded. What he said made sense. This was indeed not considered big news. However, Chun Baishao laughed slyly and shook his head. Of course, it's not that simple. After he said that, everyone's eyes widened and quieted down. There's more? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Chun Baishao seemed to be satisfied with this silent atmosphere. He nodded and lowered his voice. Lei Jiang has returned to the training ground, but Fong Ning. His voice paused, causing everyone to gulp down their saliva. They even held their breaths. Third update. 3 updates a day. In March, Xiao Xiao will try her best to explode. Please recommend, subscribe, and guarantee monthly votes. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come Achidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 156. Fong Ning entered the Dragonization Ancient Ruins. Chun Baishao's voice was very calm. The hall was completely silent. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and opened their eyes wide. Lin Feng looked at little Jian and saw the same shock and disbelief in his eyes. This news was indeed too shocking. The name Dragonization was quite famous. Everyone knew about this ancient ruin where angels and demons coexisted. Boom! In an instant, it was as if the hall had exploded. It was a hubbub of noise. This news exploded in the hall, causing all the students to be in high spirits. God, how could Fong Ning be so stupid? That's right. Entering Dragonization is a death sentence. He's too impulsive. With Fong Ning's talent, it's only a matter of time before he becomes a titled martial god. Everyone spoke one after another. They were all shocked and regretful. There were also many students who were secretly laughing, taking pleasure in Fong Ning's misfortune. Lin Feng only exhaled after a long time. Indeed, it was too shocking. There was clearly a smooth-sailing path, but Fong Ning had chosen the most rugged and difficult path to traverse. After all, even the high-level Emperor Wu had a high death rate after entering the Dragonization ancient ruins, 90%. He's really daring. Little Jian smiled helplessly. There was admiration in his eyes. But it suits his personality. Little Jian looked at Lin Feng and said slowly, Fong Ning may seem very gentle normally, but he's actually very crazy and persistent. He seeks challenges and excitement in his bones. He said that this is the only way to unleash his potential and increase his strength to the greatest extent. Lin Feng sighed softly. Although Little Jian's words were vague, he understood. Because he and Fong Ning were the same kind of people. This was not a search for challenges and excitement. It was a path that pursued the limits of a martial artist, a path that made one's strength stronger. However, the only difference between him and Fong Ning was that he had ties. Was it a burden? Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. His family was the source of his struggle. It was the motivation for him to improve. In comparison, Chun Baixiao's second big news was much more dull. Similarly, there are ancient ruins regarding dragonization. A mid-level Emperor Wu that came out of the dragon transformation with the title of Purple Wand. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Indeed, this was big news. After all, the death rate of a mid-tier Emperor Wu in the process of transforming into a dragon was as high as 99%. But what did this have to do with him? How could this be? Blue Hunter's eyes were filled with a sharp light. Everyone was silent and their expressions were solemn. What happened to Fong Ning was too unexpected. Sigh, I was caught unprepared. Cold's word martial god Ao Ran sighed softly. No one could have predicted this. The one who spoke was a white-browed man. He was also one of the 8 great hunting protectors, the white-browed martial god Ruan Rodeo. On the martial heaven continent, the 4 major powers fought both openly and covertly. That was especially true of the martial heaven army and the hunter organization. As the 2 strongest of the 4, they didn't give way to each other for the survival of mankind. Although the hunting and the marshal's residents had put aside their previous grudges and jointly came up with a doomsday plan, it was still difficult to reach an agreement on the details. And this was the origin of the supernova competition at the beginning of March. Whoever would win would have the final say. The marshal's residence's representative is demonic blade Feng Lei, a genius on par with Fong Ning. Blue Hunter's face revealed a hint of worry. He just came out from the steel, ancient ruins. His strength must have had a breakthrough. Even if we send Fong Ning, we might not have a guarantee of victory. And now, Blue Hunter couldn't help but shake his head. How about Xiao Jian? Cold's word martial god Ao Ran suggested. His talent is not below Fong Ning. Everyone's eyes lit up. Indeed, in the training base, Xiao Jian's reputation was not inferior to Fong Ning. The genius favored by the gods, his reputation was not undeserved. No, Blue Hunter said firmly. Maybe in terms of talent, Xiao Jian and Feng Lei are similar, but in terms of battle strength, the gap of 1 level is too big. What about Lei? The white-browed martial god, Ruan Rodeo, said solemnly. His strength must have made a breakthrough after he returned from his training. As for Dugu Feng, why don't we let the 2 of them compete and see who is stronger? Everyone whispered to each other and nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was the only way. They had to pick the best out of the worst. Blue Hunter looked around and couldn't help but sigh. For now, this is the only way. I have a candidate. A clear voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Blue Hunter. Under everyone's gaze, Bing Shuang stood up slowly. I suggest we send Lin Feng as the representative. Instantly, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Even Blue Hunter shook his head casually, as if he didn't agree with it. Bing Shuang, you wouldn't recommend Lin Feng just because he's your student, right? Yeah, Bing Shuang, Lin Feng is only an intermediate Emperor Wu after all. His strength is not even comparable to Xiao Jian's. That's right. If he participates in the competition, let alone Feng Lei, I'm afraid we can't even beat the weakest representative of the Tianwu Chamber of Commerce. Listening to everyone's words, Bing Shuang's expression didn't change at all. Instead, it made Blue Hunter's expression gradually become solemn. As one of the 8 hunters, Bing Shuang was as decisive as her name suggested. She obviously wouldn't forget her duty for personal reasons. Let's hear it. What's so special about Lin Feng? Blue Hunter nodded. Looking around, Bing Shuang lightly opened her red lips and said in a flat voice, "He defeated me." In an instant, there was complete silence. Dragon Spine Road. There was a suffocating sense of horror in this pitch-black passageway. I wonder how many segments there are in total on this dragon spine, Lin Feng muttered as he walked. To him now, the first 10 segments of the dragon spine couldn't affect him at all, even if it was just a little interference. It was impossible. The ferocious appearance of the golden T-Rex seemed to appear in front of him, and the dragon's roar was deafening. "Get lost!" Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly, and his deep voice was like a gust of wind blowing away all the illusions. Light flashed in his mind, and a strong soul power spread out. Looking carefully, the light ball was actually bigger than it was a month ago. The last time I stepped into the 15th segment, it was said that it got harder and harder, Lin Feng thought. I wonder if I can step into the 16th segment with the improvement of my soul power in this month. Soul power, temperament. It determined how far a fighter could go on the Dragon Spine Road. And Lin Feng, no matter what, was the best in the training base. The 10th segment. The 11th segment. The dragon's aura that once brought him great pressure had now weakened a lot. "It's me who has become stronger." Lin Feng smiled. How could his strength be compared to when he first entered the training base? And at this moment, he stepped into the 13th segment. His surroundings began to feel great pressure, and the golden T-Rex in his mind was incomparably ferocious, and he could no longer get rid of it. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light, but he understood that he was gradually beginning to feel the pressure. This was the true beginning. The 14th segment. The 15th segment. The light ball in his mind flashed, and Lin Feng's steps were firm, his eyes filled with determination. The greater the pressure, the greater the benefits. Every cell in his body was constantly changing under the immense pressure, especially the strength of his body, and the vitality of his cells were constantly increasing. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, and the 16th segment was right in front of him. But that step was extremely difficult to take. His body trembled violently, and Lin Feng clenched his fists, his veins popping out. Have I reached my limit? No, I haven't reached my limit yet. Lin Feng roared violently, but his eyes were gradually becoming hazy. The pressure was incomparably strong, and the golden T-Rex's ferocious appearance suddenly appeared, and a strong dragon stench assaulted his face, swallowing him up. Although he had improved a lot compared to a month ago, to cross the 16th segment, he still seemed to be a little lacking. His staggered footsteps stopped in midair, and the uneven ground in front of him seemed to be able to touch it, but the terrifying pressure prevented his right foot from landing. His soul power was scattered. No matter how strong his mind was, it was still limited by his strength. His consciousness was gradually being extinguished. Lin Feng clearly knew what would happen next. Failure. I won't accept this. Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot, and the stubbornness in his bones made him unwilling to admit defeat. The light ball in his mind gradually withered, as if it was sucked dry by something, but the remaining soul power under Lin Feng's control was like a sharp arrow, shooting directly below his right knee, where the bright red that was emitting a bright light. Heroic wheel, blood separation point. Acupuncture point eruption. Lin Feng's tongue spurted blood, and at this final moment, he could only make a Hail Mary effort. His body inexplicably felt a strange power spread throughout his body, and the bloody light in front of him made his vision clear, as if he could see a path. Strength inexplicably appeared in his legs, and his entire body seemed to be covered by a bloody cloak. In an instant, boom, a terrifying explosive force exploded in an instant. That bloody light seemed to separate everything in the surroundings, and countless illusions appeared in his mind, becoming more and more intense. However, the pressure his body felt had almost completely dissipated. Swoosh! Lin Feng dashed out. His speed wasn't fast, but on the Dragon Spine Road, it was already considered flying. In front of him was like the end of a tunnel, bright and shining. In Lin Feng's mind, the terrifying body of the golden armor Tyrannosaurus Rex had already completely descended, and the dragon's furious roar was deafening. It opened its bloody mouth, and the strong smell of blood completely swallowed him. Almost. Lin Feng's consciousness was already blurred. However, his strong mind allowed him to persevere until the end. Why? Everything in front of him was bright. A gentle light flickered around his body, and Lin Feng only felt that in an instant, all the pressure was released. It was swept clean. In the air, a dignified male voice slowly sounded. Martial gods tempering, 1/3 complete. Lin Feng was immediately stunned. First update, seeking subscriptions, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 157. It was a very unfamiliar voice. It was completely different from the voice in the 33 levels of heaven. The tempering of the martial god is completed in 1/3. Lin Feng pondered over the sentence, deep in thought. It seemed like this was part of the martial god tempering plan. If passing the Dragon Spine Road is January 3rd, then the remaining 2/3. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly, are the tempering pool and the 33 levels of heaven. But to complete the remaining 2, at the very least, it required the strength of the high-level Emperor Wu. What will happen if I complete all the martial god tempering? Lin Feng frowned slightly, paused, and thought to himself, perhaps this is the fundamental purpose of the martial god tempering plan? But why was there no mention of it after entering the training base? Letting out a long sigh, Lin Feng shook his head. There were still many things that he could not figure out. Forget it. What's the point of thinking so much? Lin Feng was also very carefree. I will know what I need to know sooner or later. Then he stepped away. In the virtual world, on the light screen's stairway to heaven. Wow, there was a loud noise. As far as the eyes could see, Little Sword had surpassed Dugu Feng's ranking and was now in first place. Everyone had a look of respect and admiration. Sure enough, he was worthy of being called a genius favored by God. Although Little Sword's strength had increased in February and he had fallen out of the top 10, he had caught up to the 5th place in the last week. And on the last day, he had surpassed the strongest high-level Emperor Wu in the training base, Dugu Feng, and ascended to the throne. Since Feng Ning left, the first place in the rankings had been called the throne. It was meant to be the successor of the emperor. See, I was right. Little Sword will definitely be in first place in the end. Tisk, who doesn't know how to speak in hindsight? You said before that he was the same as Lin Feng and would definitely be finished in February. What about now? Dugu Feng is so pitiful. In January, he was trampled by Little Jian and Lin Feng. In February, he was trampled by Little Jian again. Luckily, Lin Feng, a young man in embroidered clothes, spoke with assurance. But halfway through, he widened his eyes and rubbed them. He suddenly roared, F***CK, Lin Feng's ranking has moved. In an instant, the hall fell silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the light screen's stairway to heaven, and they held their breaths. Lin Feng had already surpassed Huan Yao and occupied the 23rd position. Then whoosh whoosh, the screen flickered, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had squeezed into the top 20 in the blink of an eye, with a speed as fast as lightning. His speed was extremely fast. Before anyone could react, Lin Feng had already shot upwards in just a few seconds. 18, 15, 11, 9. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the top 10. F***CK. Someone cursed angrily. F***CK. This guy is doing it again. This move again. F***CK. Luckily, I didn't bet on it this time. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall was ignited, and everyone's emotions were high. 8th, 7th, 6th, Lin Feng's ranking continued to move forward. In almost every blink of an eye, the ranking could be seen changing. Everyone's heart trembled as they recalled how they did not think highly of Lin Feng in the beginning, and how they spoke sarcastically. Now it was as if slap, slap. One after another, loud slaps landed on their faces, causing their faces to turn red. In an instant, he had entered the top 4. Red Leopard, who was originally ranked 4th, had a pale face. However, he suddenly recalled the last chase in January and could not help but let out a long sigh, his eyes staring straight ahead. As for Turu Wan Air, who was ranked 3rd, her heart was beating faster, and her face was red from nervousness. History would not repeat itself, right? This was also the question in the hearts of all the students. Would history repeat itself? Obviously not, because this time, Lin Feng was creating a new history and opening a new chapter. He was the new emperor. Hua! A glaring light flashed. Everyone held their breaths. On the stairway to heaven, Lin Feng's ranking had actually risen by 3 places, reaching the peak. Little Sword and Dugu Feng were forcefully stepped under his feet, and the momentum was so strong that it could be imagined. If there was someone else in front of him, the result would be the same. He was like a supreme emperor. Everything that stood in his way was destroyed. Dang! The crisp sound of the bell rang, and everything was settled. 1. Lin Feng 111. 2. Little Sword 11. 3. Dugu Feng 8. In February's rankings, Lin Feng was officially crowned. Everyone's heart was heavy. The result was completely unexpected, and no one thought that Lin Feng could replicate another miracle. The embarrassed faces of all the students were as if they had been slapped countless times. Lin Feng used his strength to completely erase all doubts and used facts to tell everyone. He did not rely on luck, but on true strength. He deserved the title. This kid, he's still a bit weaker than him. Little Sword smiled helplessly. As soon as he stepped into the virtual world, he saw the high and mighty name on the screen. Little Sword suddenly sighed in his heart. He had lost again. The genius favored by the gods? First it was Fong Ning, and now it was Lin Feng. Why was he always lacking that little bit? What exactly am I lacking? Little Sword could not help but murmur. In the corner, Dugu Feng's face was ashen. He originally thought that after Fong Ning left, he was the strongest. He did not expect that in the rankings, he would be stepped under the feet of others again and again. Lin Feng and Little Sword were like maggots attached to bones, sticking close to him. This time I won't lose again. Dugu Feng's face was contorted. After losing to Fong Ning in the qualifiers last month, he learned from the painful experience and worked hard to cultivate. His strength was no longer the same as before. This time he would not lose again. Lin Feng became famous again. However, this time, he was not the strongest newcomer, nor was he below Fong Ning. Instead, he was the new emperor. All the doubts disappeared, and no one was stupid enough to doubt the strength of the first place in the rankings. The second place in January might have been luck, but taking first place in the rankings for the second time was a fact that could not be any more real. Lin Feng definitely had the strength to match it. The new emperor of the training base had ascended to the throne. I couldn't make up my mind at first, Blue Hunter said with a smile. What about now? Ice Frost said indifferently. In the history of Qianwu continent, he is the only martial artist of Emperor Wu's level to pass the Dragon Spine Road. What's there to debate about? Blue Hunter shook his head. It's just that I still don't understand how he passed it. It's a little unbelievable. The battle that day suddenly appeared in Ice Frost's mind, and her eyes flickered. There are too many things that I can't figure out. Yes. Blue Hunter nodded and did not dwell on it. He smiled and said, the candidate for the supernova competition will be Lin Feng. Bing Shuang then smiled. In the training room. With this spirit orange, it won't be long before I can pass the 19th level of heaven. Lin Feng's eyes were burning. The white and transparent fruit, with a slightly demonic luster in front of him, was his reward for February's rankings. It was a top-grade spiritual fruit that was not inferior to the fruit of life at all, especially to himself. Spirit is the power, and soul is the power of the soul. Lin Feng clenched his fist. This top-grade spiritual fruit can not only increase my current combat strength, but also speed up the time to become a senior Emperor Wu. The latter was important, but the former was equally important. The sooner he became a senior Emperor Wu, the closer he would be to becoming a titled martial god. With the Spirit Orange to increase my strength, the time points can be completely used in the speed amplification space, Lin Feng thought to himself. Good steel should be used on the blade. His weakest points were his strength and speed. First in February's rankings, he had received a total of 2,000 light points. According to the calculation of 20 light points per hour, entering the speed amplification space, a total of 100 hours. If I'm fast by the end of March, and if I'm slow by the beginning of April, I can become a senior Emperor Wu. Lin Feng thought to himself, but suddenly shook his head. But it's still too slow. It will take me 2 months to advance from a middle Emperor Wu to a senior Emperor Wu, and from a senior Emperor Wu to the peak Emperor Wu. It will take me 4 to 6 months at the fastest. Lin Feng's eyebrows furrowed slightly. In other words, if he was fast, it would be July, and if he was slow, it would be September. And this was only reaching the peak Emperor Wu, and not yet becoming a titled martial god. How could it be so easy to reach the titled martial god? How many existences at the peak Emperor Wu were stuck at this level, unable to advance even an inch in their lifetime? In the end, they had no choice but to risk their lives and try to transform into a dragon. According to Xiao, a large number of king-level magical beasts, and even dragon-type magical beasts, will appear in September at the earliest. Lin Feng's expression was extremely solemn. There's only half a year left. It won't be easy to reach the peak Emperor Wu before September, let alone becoming a titled martial god. Phew! Lin Feng exhaled deeply. He felt the pressure on his shoulders become heavier and heavier. But what else could he do? What he lacked was sufficient time. I can only take one step at a time. Lin Feng nodded. Looking at the spirit orange in his hand, his eyes lit up slightly. Lei Jiang had returned. This was the first batch of lucky people to enter the steel ancient ruins in the training base. Yes, he was indeed a lucky person. Among the 12 high-level Emperor Wu, Lei Jiang's combat strength was only rank 4th. In the sparring before the start of the preliminaries, Lei Jiang had even lost to Huan Yao, who was only a high-level martial grandmaster. Huan Yao had also lost to Lin Feng in the first round of the preliminaries. In this month, whether it was the rankings or combat strength, there were too many cultivators who were stronger than Lei Jiang. But sometimes, luck was very important. Huan Yao had lost. The first thing Lei Jiang did after returning was to seek revenge on Huan Yao for kneeling down that day. It was also an instant kill. However, the one who was instantly killed this time wasn't Lei Jiang, but Huan Yao. When the Eye of Illusion didn't work, Huan Yao was just an ordinary beginner Emperor Wu. Lei Jiang's strength soared, causing the students to be even more excited. Their eyes were shining. Obviously, all of this was because, at the Steel Ancient Ruins, the competition for the 2 spots in the preliminaries at the end of the month would become extremely intense. Everyone was holding back their energy. If they won the 4 elimination rounds, they would be able to leap over the Dragon Gate and soar into the sky. Under everyone's anticipation, the first round of the preliminaries in March was announced, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 158. The description of titled martial god might not have been clear enough. The 10th chapter has been revised. Titled martial god isn't just a matter of physical fitness, but a life evolution. However, the first condition for this evolution is that one's body must reach a certain standard, which is the peak of Emperor Wu. I'm the representative of Hunt? Lin Feng was stunned. Yes. Blue Hunter nodded and smiled. You will represent Hunt in the supernova competition and compete with the strongest of the three factions, Emperor Wu. All right, Lin Feng replied without hesitation. Since he had joined Hunt, he naturally had the responsibility to do so. Blue Hunter was stunned for a moment. Then, he patted Lin Feng's shoulder in satisfaction. Your attitude is correct. Not bad. Are you confident? Yes, Lin Feng smiled. He didn't say anything else, but his expression said it all. Blue Hunter narrowed his eyes and said, the representative of Tianwu Army, Feng Lei, is a genius on par with Feng Ning. After training in the steel ancient ruins, his strength is close to the peak of Emperor. Oh, no problem. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Lin Feng was extremely confident in his current strength. Even if Feng Ning was standing in front of him, he dared to fight with him. In the spear dojo. Ha! Enemies are bound to meet. Wang Chong heartily laughed. I didn't expect Junior Brother to meet Little Jin again, and it's the first round. Han Tai shook his head. Little Jin is really unlucky. Last time, he met Feng Ning, who was at his peak. This time, he met the valiant Junior Brother Lin Feng, Lala sighed. Han Xiling smiled. If it was the last time they fought, it would be hard to say who would win. But this time, Han Xiling slowly shook her head as she recalled how she was easily defeated by Lin Feng 3 times in a row. Junior Brother Lin Feng had become too strong. 2nd of March. Everyone gathered in front of the stairway to heaven. There weren't many highlights in the first round, but they were extremely dazzling. After Lin Feng avoided the fight with Small Sword, this time, the two geniuses met again. It was a fated encounter. On the scoreboard in March, the battle between the first and second place would take place. Who was stronger? This question had been discussed countless times over the past month. Lin Feng will win, right? After all, he's a new emperor. He surpassed Little Sword on the scoreboard for 2 months in a row. Stupid. If Lin Feng could win, he wouldn't have avoided the battle a month ago. Exactly. Although Lin Feng is the new emperor, in terms of strength, Little Jin should be slightly stronger. Although Lin Feng had become a new emperor, the number of students who supported him was still not as good as Xiao Jian's. Some of the students might not think this way, but their mouths said otherwise. In the final analysis, there was only one word: jealousy. Xiao Jian had already arrived at a corner. He crossed his arms over his chest and sat there quietly with his eyes closed. He was conserving his energy. It's been a while since I've seen him so serious. De Lu Wan'er's beautiful eyes twinkled, but she stood aside and did not disturb him. De Lu Wan'er grew up with Xiao Jian, so she was definitely the one who knew Xiao Jian the best. Xiao Jian, who looked sloppy, was very conceited. He could accept losing to Feng Ning because Feng Ning was 2 years older than him. However, he could not accept Lin Feng, who was younger than him by a month. This was the pride of a genius. At noon, with the appearance of Chief Blue Hunter, the first round of the March preliminaries was about to begin. However, Lin Feng still did not appear. Was he avoiding the battle again? There was a flurry of discussion in the arena, and discordant voices seemed to be heard again. F***CK. Is Lin Feng a coward again? Fortunately, I've learned my lesson this time, and bet on Xiao Jian, haha. The students whispered to each other, obviously still remembering Lin Feng's avoidance last time. Only Xiao Jian still had his eyes closed, as if he was not worried at all. This was because he knew that since Lin Feng had agreed to this battle, then he would definitely come. Ha! Lil Sword's eyes opened, sparkling. He looked into the distance. In an instant, the crowd quieted down, and all the doubts were shattered like mirror-like shadows. He had come. Lin Feng stepped into the arena calmly. His eyes met with Xiao Jian's, and he smiled. He was looking forward to this battle as well. At this moment, Chief Blue Hunter's voice suddenly sounded. The first round, Lin Feng versus Xiao Jian. I hope you won't disappoint me. Xiao Jian's fighting spirit was high. Of course not. Lin Feng nodded. Their fists collided, and sparks flew from their eyes. They were friends, but at the same time, they were rivals who competed fiercely. In the virtual space, Whoosh! A white light flashed, holding the ice soul soaring dragon spear. Lin Feng's expression was calm and natural. The current him could not be compared to a month ago. In front of him, the white light that was as thin as a cicada's wing flickered. Lin Feng felt as if he was in a mysterious, independent space. He closed his eyes and immediately felt the dazzling soul powerball in his mind. His mind's eye spread out in his mind like a map. Over there, Lin Feng instantly sensed the location of the small sword and suddenly smiled. He did not intend to sneak attack. Dong! A clear bell rang. The light in front of him slowly disappeared, and everything around him flashed, including Xiao Jian. They looked at each other and smiled. In an instant, Lin Feng moved. The ice soul, soaring dragon spear on his back, was unsheathed, and with a sharp cold light, Lin Feng's speed suddenly increased. Fight! With an indomitable aura, Lin Feng exploded with his fastest speed. A stream of light flashed, and a giant white dragon appeared in the sky. It opened its mouth in horror, and the sharp horn on its forehead was vivid and lifelike. The dragon's eyes, in particular, were emitting a cold light. Amazing! His spear art has reached the 3rd realm. What's the use of having a high realm and strong strength? He doesn't even know to hold back when attacking, and he uses his full strength from the start. What a joke! His momentum is too strong. Once Xiao Jian dodges, Lin Feng will be in trouble. After all, the training base had gathered a group of genius warriors, and they could see many secrets. Han Xiling sat at the side, staring at the light screen and listening to everyone's conversation. She could not help but smile. If Lin Feng's attack could be dodged so easily, she would not have lost 3 times in a row. How could it be so simple? Xiao Jian frowned slightly. As smart as he was, he naturally felt that something was wrong. But my attack is slightly inferior. Xiao Jian instantly made a judgment, and his heart trembled. Lin Feng's spear art realm is so strong, to be able to combine his strength and spear intent so perfectly. There was no choice. Xiao Jian wanted to dodge, but from the corner of his eyes, he saw Lin Feng smile. Not good. Xiao Jian's expression suddenly changed, and he found that the air around him had become extremely strange. There was a strong force that blocked his path. Lin Feng's spear shadows were extremely strong, and the sky was filled with cold light, as if he would be attacked no matter where he tried to hide. Can you dodge it? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. His heart's eye had already locked onto Xiao Jian, and his soul power spread out, compressing the surrounding space. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Jian immediately unsheathed his 2 swords, which flashed. Thunder and lightning clashed. In an instant, pong! Lin Feng's terrifying strength exploded. In the air, the white flood dragon madly bit at the small sword. At this moment, Xiao Jian's 2 swords gave off a strange feeling. Twisting and turning, the short sword vented its strength, while the long sword was as fast as lightning, piercing the tiger's web. Their coordination was quite precise. It was as if 2 martial artists were using different sword moves at the same time, and it was extremely mysterious. What a strange move. Lin Feng was secretly shocked. Xiao Jian's move was both defensive and offensive, and it was very novel. But, do you think it's so easy to block? Lin Feng's eyes flashed. His soul power exploded, and the terrifying pressure caused Xiao Jian's expression to change. The short sword in his hand felt as if it was 1,000 caddies heavy, and the sword art he created seemed to have sunk into a swamp. Xiao Jian's long sword directly pierced through Lin Feng's right hand that was holding the spear. Powerful. This move of turning defense into offense is too wonderful. Everyone's face was filled with joy as they cheered. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to abandon his spear, everyone's expression changed. It's over. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and his soul power completely erupted. His left hand held the ice soul soaring dragon spear tightly, and he used all his strength to stab out. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. No matter how exquisite the defense was, it could not block the power that exceeded the load. Being restrained by soul power, Xiao Jian's rhythm was disrupted, and a terrifying force suddenly attacked. His web went numb, and the short sword in his right hand was sent flying. The long sword in his left hand could not block it in time. In fact, even if he wanted to block it, he was powerless. Qi. Lin Feng's spear turned into a stream of light and directly pierced Xiao Jian's heart. His left hand shook slightly, and in an instant, a loud explosion sounded. Xiao Jian was completely defeated. Looking at the dim screen, the battle just now was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. No one expected that Xiao Jian, who clearly had the advantage and crippled Lin Feng's right hand, would be one step behind, and Lin Feng would be able to counterattack. What dog's it luck? F***CK. Xiao Jian is too careless. Damn, Lin Feng can win like that. Dugu Feng sat in the corner and sneered. I thought this new emperor was amazing, but he's just like Feng Ning, relying on strength to suppress Xiao Jian. What a pity. Lei Jiang crossed his arms and sighed. If Xiao Jian had strength not inferior to Lin Feng, the outcome of this battle would have been different. Among the crowd, Han Xiling was probably the only one who saw it clearly. Good luck. Lin Feng did not even use 30% of his strength. Too ignorant. Han Xiling shook her head slowly. With her personality, she naturally would not explain too much. Lost, I really lost. Xiao Jian's expression was a little lonely. Although he had thought of this ending, when it really happened, he felt that he could not accept it. That feeling was as if he fell from the highest point of the clouds. However, this was the true gap in strength. Others might not understand, but as the person involved, how could Little Sword not understand? From the beginning of Lin Feng's attack to the end, he was like a puppet on a string, completely under Lin Feng's control. They were powerless to resist. Good luck? How could there be so much luck in a battle? There could only be winner takes all. Third update, looking for recommendation votes. Looking for monthly votes to subscribe carrot. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 159. I lost. Xiao Jian's voice was a little low. Let's fight again next time. Lin Feng nodded with a smile and clenched his right fist. Xiao Jian's eyes were bright as he stared into Lin Feng's eyes. Suddenly, he curled his lips. Next time, I will definitely not lose again. He had lost in terms of strength. Even though he was controlled by Lin Feng throughout the battle, Xiao Jian knew that if he could block Lin Feng's attack, no matter how strong Lin Feng's soul power was, he would not have one so easily. However, his speed was restricted and he was forced to fight with his weakest strength. As expected, Lin Feng's soul power is not weaker than Huan Yao's, Xiao Jian thought. Regardless of whether it was the points ranking or the battle between Lin Feng and Huan Yao, he could see a thing or two. However, Xiao Jian did not know how strong Lin Feng's soul power was. If Lin Feng wanted to, he could kill him with just a direct attack of soul power. And this was Lin Feng's strength from a month ago. After the fated meeting between Lin Feng and Xiao Jian, the qualifiers officially began. Dugu Feng, Tulu Waner, Red Leopard, Han Xiling, and the other experts all got off to a good start. Although the duels were exciting, compared to Lin Feng and Xiao Jian's duel, there were many things to watch. Soon, the first round of the qualifiers officially came to an end. At this moment, the two sides of the second round appeared on the light screen. Wow! Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Wang Chong, Lala, and the others looked at Han Xiling, but they did not know what to say. Han Xiling's face was slightly pale as she looked at the huge light screen and sighed softly. Lin Feng, Han Xiling. The words were very clear. The students were already discussing animatedly, trying to guess who was stronger between the two of them. However, everyone in the spear martial field knew how terrifying Lin Feng's strength was. He could even defeat Teacher Frost, who was at the same level as him. Senior Sister Han Xiling was naturally not Lin Feng's opponent. In fact, one could tell just by looking at Han Xilin's expression. Have you heard? Because of Fong Ning, the candidates for the supernova competition will have to be reselected. I don't know who will be chosen. It should be Lin Feng, right? No matter what, he's still the new Emperor of March. He even displayed his full strength in the first round and defeated Little Sword. Are you stupid? Don't you know what the predecessor of the supernova contest is? The battle of the strongest Emperor Wu. That is a duel between the strongest Emperor Wu below the titled martial gods of the four great powers of the Sky Martial Continent. The ones sent out are at least high-level Emperor Wu, and most of them are at the peak of Emperor Wu. Lin Feng was only a mid-level Emperor Wu. No matter how famous he was, he couldn't change this reality. And in the ranks of warriors, the difference of one level was enough to determine victory and defeat. In the training base, after Chun Baishao revealed this secret, everyone knew about it. The strongest Emperor Wu. What an honorable title this was. Below Fong Ning, I'm the undisputed number one. The representative of the supernova contest will definitely be me. Du Gufeng's eyes were filled with viciousness, and his expression was incomparably cold. The battle saber in his hand seemed to have sensed its master's fighting spirit and buzzed. After returning from the steel, ancient ruins, I'm no longer the same as before. Lei Jiang clenched his fists, and his burly and muscular body was like a thunder god. I must obtain the representative position for the supernova contest. Du Gufeng and Lei Jiang, the two strongest high-level Emperor Wu in the training base, were already boiling with excitement and complacency. As a member of the hunt, they knew very well that if they could win the supernova contest, which was the former battle of the strongest Emperor Wu, what kind of treatment would they receive? An audience with the Moon Empress. March 4th, Cho Hour. In front of the 33 layers of heaven, Lin Feng had a carefree smile on his face. Stepping through the bronze door, he felt as if he had entered another world. Standing in the void, the surroundings were filled with stars, with dense nebulas and dust. Every time he entered, he could feel the majestic atmosphere. In an instant, the sky and earth were spinning. Choose, start from the 20th layer of heaven, or start from the beginning. A familiar voice sounded indifferently. Yesterday, with the help of the soul orange fruit, Lin Feng's soul power had reached a new level, and he finally broke through the 19th layer of heaven. The 20th layer of heaven was the same as the 10th layer of heaven. It was a reward checkpoint. Lin Feng smiled slightly. The 20th layer of heaven. This time, he didn't come here to gain experience, but to complete the intermediate apprentice course and open the door to the intermediate training space. With a time ratio of 101, my strength will definitely reach a new level. Lin Feng said clearly. The golden light in front of him gathered and gradually formed a human figure. An outstanding and terrifying aura spread out. However, the ice soul, soaring dragon spear in Lin Feng's hand suddenly flashed with a cold light. Soaring dragon. In the void, a white dragon roared, as if it was going to pierce through the sky. Chi! With a thrust of the spear, the white dragon bit towards the golden light. Suddenly, it was incomparably chaotic, and a shocking explosion sounded. Pa pa pa! The golden light instantly shattered and dissipated in the void. Suddenly, a dazzling white light flashed. Lin Feng stood with the spear in his hand, indifferently looking at the white light curtain that gradually enveloped him. Congratulations, intermediate apprentice, 20th layer of heaven passed. The familiar voice sounded in his ears. Lin Feng smiled lightly. Intermediate apprentice training course has ended. Grade, 3 stars. Hearing the words, Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He didn't expect that his grade would actually improve. When he was a beginner apprentice, his grade was only 2 stars, but now it was 3 stars. At this moment, the voice continued, You have passed the beginner apprentice exam. Next, you will proceed to the intermediate apprentice exam. Teleportation begins, oh? Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He wasn't surprised that he had to proceed to the intermediate apprentice exam, but the meaning of the previous sentence was, Could it be that without passing the beginner apprentice exam, there is no intermediate apprentice exam? Lin Feng thought to himself, then nodded. It seemed like this was what it meant. Suddenly, the space shook, and his location changed greatly. However, the surrounding was white, and he couldn't feel anything strange. Lin Feng's expression was calm. He had experienced this kind of teleportation twice, so naturally, he wasn't unfamiliar with it. The steel, ancient ruins can only be entered once. The effect is the best when you are an advanced Emperor Wu. Lin Feng murmured. Fang Ning had mentioned this before, and he remembered it in his heart. After all, this was an experience. In April, I will be able to become an advanced Emperor Wu. It won't be too late to go then. Lin Feng nodded. To the other students in the training base, they might have to fight to the death for a spot, but to him, it couldn't be any easier. Just treat it as doing a favor to Senior Ziling. Lin Feng smiled lightly. Everyone in the Spear Dojo was like a family. When he first came to the training base, Senior Ziling had stood up for him without hesitation. Lin Feng had always remembered this kindness in his heart. A little bit of kindness should be repaid with a spring. After passing the intermediate apprentice exam, I can enter the intermediate training space and increase my strength. Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. It would be a lie if he said that he didn't care about the supernova competition. He represented the entire hunter organization, and Ziyao. I must win. Lin Feng clenched his right fist tightly. At this moment, the space trembled slightly again. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the milky white light barrier. Suddenly, ding, a crisp sound rang out. Teleportation complete. In 10 seconds, you will enter the 3-star training field number 36336. A familiar voice rang in Lin Feng's ears. In an instant, the white light in front of him disappeared and turned into a long tunnel. Lin Feng seemed to be stepping on a cloud shuttle as he sped forward. After collecting 100 star plates, you can enter the 4-star training field. Now the countdown 9, 8, 2, 1. The end of the tunnel was in front of him. Lin Feng's expression froze slightly. Suddenly, he was surrounded by a strong white light. Hua! His eyes opened. Lin Feng regained consciousness. He was in a continuous mountain range. Just as he woke up, his mind's eye suddenly lit up. In his mind, a dot of light was attacking him from behind. The speed was quite fast. Good. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. His whole body was filled with the feeling of battle and slaughter. Lin Feng only felt a burst of comfort. Only in this place could he truly release himself. Enjoy the fun of battle. Every moment was filled with endless danger. Seems like my blood is enjoying this kind of madness. Lin Feng's mouth curved slightly. However, his speed was not slow at all. He gathered all the soul power in his body in an instant. The light ball in his mind shone brightly. His body turned and the soul power in his eyes suddenly shot out. Following that, the soaring dragon spear in his hand bloomed. Soaring dragon. In the void, the white dragon's power was fully displayed. This is so comfortable. Lin Feng clenched his right fist. In a short 4 hours, he had killed 3 martial artists. Their strength was not much different from his. Delightful. Lin Feng laughed. Compared to the boring training base, he liked this place more. It was always filled with fun and challenges. The 100-star plate in his left hand had already accumulated 21 stars. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. This time, he would not be so lucky as to encounter the sandpiper and clam fight. I wonder how I can get the reward. Lin Feng thought to himself. Last time, he had mysteriously received a 3rd-grade reward. Not only did he learn the aperture eruption, he also opened the heroic wheel blood separation acupoint. What's the point of thinking so much? If it's mine, it won't run away. Lin Feng suddenly smiled. His figure flashed, and he immediately sped away. There's a battle over there. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Using his mind's eye, he felt an extremely strong energy fluctuation. Lin Feng immediately increased his speed. Xiao! Xiao! An extremely strong, explosive force burst out from his legs. Lin Feng instantly crossed a few mountain valleys. His eyes suddenly opened up, and his vision gradually became clear. However, in an instant, Lin Feng was stunned. The late first update, Xiao Xiao, continued to write. Strive to finish the second update before 12 o'clock. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 160. What he saw was a ball of dark orange flames in the hands of a red-haired youth. The aura was incomparably hot. Sky, elemental fire? Lin Feng was a little confused. In a split second, his body trembling slightly, Lin Feng nervously sensed his own body. Instantly, he revealed an expression of wanting to cry or laugh. He could actually sense the existence of elemental fire in his body. I was really careless. Lin Feng shook his head. In the 33rd heaven, elemental fire seemed to have disappeared and couldn't be used. Subconsciously, he also thought that elemental fire couldn't be used here. Moreover, in the training base, the cultivation of elemental fire was temporarily put aside. After a long time, he gradually forgot about it. Who would have thought? It's really strange. Since elemental fire can be used here, why can't it be used in the 33rd heaven? Lin Feng was puzzled. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and he temporarily threw his doubts to the back of his mind. For what he saw, the red-haired youth already had the upper hand. The fireballs in his hands were like flying knives as he threw them out one after another. His speed was fast and violent, leaving his opponent with no way to resist. What a strong sensitivity to elemental fire. Lin Feng pondered. As a fire spirit master, his sensitivity to elemental fire was naturally very sensitive. Only slightly weaker than me, but Lin Feng's mouth faintly curved and his eyes brightened. In terms of elemental fire power and control, he's far weaker than me. And at this moment, the battle between the two gradually became white-hot. With a serious expression, Lin Feng didn't move at all, like a poisonous snake waiting for an opportunity to come. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes shone, and two balls of elemental fire fiercely gathered in his hands. With a terrifying blazing light, the orange and yellow colors suddenly bloomed. Now, the two fireballs sped out in two different directions. The red-haired youth was obviously caught unprepared. He didn't think that someone would sneak attack him from behind. He hurriedly reacted and gathered fireballs to block with all his might. But how could Lin Feng give him a chance to catch his breath? One fireball after another instantly fell like a meteor shower. Boom, boom, rumble. The collision and explosion of the fireballs caused the battle to become incomparably dazzling. The violent elemental fire energy spread everywhere, causing the surroundings to become a mess. The red-haired youth completely fell under Lin Feng's crazy bombardment. In less than 10 seconds, he was blasted into pieces by the endless fireballs. There was a natural difference in strength. As for the other severely injured cultivator, he had already been dealt with in Lin Feng's first attack. How could Lin Feng let go of the fish that was in his hands? Wah! The 100-star plate lit up. Lin Feng smiled and glanced over. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through half of them. 50 stars. With the primordial fire, my strength will at least double. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. Even though he didn't have a fire spirit master's weapon, the might of his primordial fire had already dropped from a light yellow color to an orange-yellow color. Even the sensitivity of his primordial fire had dropped by quite a bit. But at the very least, however, he was much stronger than his own martial artist strength. The strength of his elemental fire was 3 levels higher than his body. Now, it seems much simpler. Lin Feng of the 1,000 elemental fire smiled and nodded. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. 2 hours later. Easy. Lin Feng looked not far away. A martial artist's body was slowly disappearing. At this moment, the 100 stars on his 100-star plate were already emitting a bright light. Lin Feng of the 1,000-star plate smiled indifferently. Finally gathered. 3-star training completed. Entering 4-star training field number 3633. A pleasant voice sounded in Lin Feng's ears. In an instant, white light flashed. Lin Feng only felt a familiar energy surrounding him. The soul power he used was instantly replenished. On the 100-star plate in his left hand, the 100 silver stars flashed and emitted a dazzling silver light. In an instant, Lin Feng felt an extremely strong suction force, as if he was sucked into a strange space. Pa! His eyes lit up. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. He returned to the familiar tunnel and flew quickly. 10, 9, 8. The countdown sounded in his ears. Lin Feng suddenly let out a long breath. 4-star training field. Lin Feng muttered softly. The green-clothed lady appeared in his mind. Thinking about how he was like an ant in front of her, Lin Feng immediately shook his head. Even now, he had the strength of a firefighter, but he still didn't have the slightest chance of winning against her. Too strong. I wonder where this ancient ruin leads to, Lin Feng thought. Just this training field already had so many experts. How many terrifying existences would there be in the entire alternate world? As Lin Feng thought about it, he was shocked. Compared to this, what was the Sky Martial Continent? Perhaps it was just a small pebble in the vast ocean, an insignificant rock in the endless mountain range. Hua! A bright light flashed in front of his eyes. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt all the blood in his body boil. What is this place? Lin Feng was extremely shocked. All he could see was a red ocean. Rumbling noises could be heard from time to time, as if something was exploding. Even the sky was dyed red. The entire region was like a plain that was being roasted by a raging fire. The sea of fire filled the sky, and the temperature was hot enough to roast a person. However, Lin Feng's eyes were incomparably bright. With a thought, Lin Feng felt the essence fire in the blink of an eye. It was much clearer than usual, as if it was right in front of his eyes. Huff! A ferocious yuan fire appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng's eyes widened, and his heart almost stopped beating. The yuan fire in his hand had turned into a beautiful emerald green, and the terrifying aura it emitted made even Lin Feng feel a chill in his heart. Lin Feng swallowed his saliva. Heavens, what is going on? Lin Feng felt as if he was dreaming. The emerald green essence fire, and the sensitivity of the essence fire that exceeded the 10th grade. Was this still him? In that instant, Lin Feng was stunned, and at that moment, a gust of wind suddenly sounded in his ears. Lin Feng immediately felt something, and saw a short youth running away with all his might. Such a strong movement technique, Lin Feng muttered, but even his mind's eye could not sense the existence of this warrior. But why did he run away? With a thought in his heart, Lin Feng swiftly glanced at the jade green flame in his hand, and he instantly came to a sudden understanding. A wisp of a smile bloomed on his face, yet he never imagined that his unintentional actions would actually scare his enemy away. Furthermore, it was a relatively strong enemy. The essence fire in his hand instantly condensed into a fireball and flew out. Run? Then I will chase. Lin Feng's mouth curved into a smile, with a hint of confidence. Running away in front of firefighter? With the same speed, once the distance was widened. That was simply seeking death. Chi! The fireballs in his hand shot out as if they were endless. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with an incomparably hot glow. This unknown area was filled with incomparably abundant fire. A world of fire was simply a heaven for fire spirit masters. This feeling was too good. The short youth in front was extremely battered and exhausted. He was running in a splayed pattern, constantly dodging the fireballs. But as his speed slowed down, Lin Feng gradually caught up, and he became more and more unable to hold on. In terms of pure speed, there was not much of a difference between Intermediate Emperor Wu and Intermediate Emperor Wu. His movement technique is indeed profound. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with envy. But no matter how profound his movement technique, was, it would not be of any use at this moment. Under the bombardment of fireballs like a meteor shower, if he kept defending, he would definitely lose. Lin Feng's eyes instantly brightened. Boom! The short youth was hit by the fireball, but was only grazed by it. However, the emerald green primordial fire instantly spread like poison. The short youth was also decisive. He clenched his teeth and chopped off his left hand. But the spreading speed was faster than he imagined. In the blink of an eye, it covered his entire body and burned him to ashes. Lin Feng was a little stunned as he looked at everything in front of him. He was extremely shocked. What a terrifying primordial fire, Lin Feng softly praised. Suddenly, he glanced at the 100-star plate in his left hand, and the corners of his mouth curved up. A total of 75 stars twinkled. I've earned big. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Just this one ticket alone was enough to make him overflow with money. Maybe. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly brightened. Thinking of the third-class reward he received the first time, his heart instantly filled with boundless expectations. Acupuncture points exploded. At that time, what he received was an extremely shocking reward. I wonder if I can get another third-class reward this time. As he thought of this, Lin Feng felt as if all the blood in his body was boiling. The jade-green yuan fire in his hand burned fiercely, bringing with it a tinge of craziness, causing Lin Feng's confidence to increase. In this place, he had an extremely good geographical advantage. My luck is not bad. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Below his feet, a green flame crept up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He glanced at his left wrist. The 100-star plate emitted a bright light. 100 stars were already gathered. Wah! A white light flashed. The familiar feeling densely covered his entire body. Lin Feng's face revealed a satisfied smile. No matter what, he had passed the 4-star trial. The 4-star trial is completed. You will enter the 5-star trial field number 363. A pleasant voice sounded in Lin Feng's ears. The 100 golden stars twinkled and emitted a dazzling golden light. It was so dazzling that even the eyes were golden. Instantly, Lin Feng felt an extremely strong suction force. Very quickly, he was sucked into a strange space. Pa! Light returned to his eyes. Lin Feng's heart thumped wildly. In front of him was an incomparably huge space filled with light. How similar was this? There is indeed a reward. Just as this thought appeared in Lin Feng's mind, that familiar, pleasant voice sounded. Congratulations, intermediate apprentice. Your performance in the 4-star trial field number 3633 has earned you a second-class reward. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. It was a second-class reward. What would it be? Lin Feng was looking forward to it. He was so excited that his palms were sweating. And at this moment, that pleasant voice sounded in his ears in an orderly manner. Second update. Rushing before 12 o'clock, Xiao Xiao will continue to type the third update. It's a new week. Everyone, please give me some recommendation votes. Thank you for your support. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 161. Second Grade Reward. Spiritual Treasure. Heart-Protecting Talisman. Lin Feng was startled, his eyes flashing. Although he wasn't sure what a spiritual treasure was, no matter how he looked at it, the second-grade reward shouldn't be inferior to the third-grade reward. In an instant, on his neck, a teardrop-shaped jade stone appeared. Feeling the warmth of his body, Lin Feng's heart moved. Looking down, he saw that the spiritual treasure, heart-protecting talisman, was already hanging on his neck. Reaching out his hand, Lin Feng lightly touched it. Feeling a water-like softness, his eyes flashed. Heart-protecting talisman, able to block one fatal attack. Hearing the voice beside his ear, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. A life-saving treasure? Warriors, walking on the edge of life and death. Encountering danger was a common occurrence. But, to me, this is of little use. Lin Feng murmured to himself. What danger would he face in the training base? Not to mention with his current strength. Only those who could hurt him. Only titled martial gods. A bit useless. Lin Feng lightly clicked his tongue and shook his head, and it's only blocking one fatal attack. If I really encounter a fatal danger, those existences that I can't fight against, even if I can block the first attack, I can't block the second or third attack. To Lin Feng, strength-increasing type of reward was the most useful. For example, acupuncture point eruption. Forget it. Having something is better than nothing. Lin Feng sighed. Reward complete. A gentle voice sounded. In an instant, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, he was back on the tunnel, as if he was on a cloud shuttle, flying towards the illusory dot of light. 5-star training ground number 363. In an instant, his eyes lit up. Lin Feng looked over. Yellow sand covered the sky, and the air was dry and silent. 5-star training ground number 363 seemed to be a desert. His eyes lit up, and his heart moved. Oh, a cluster of orange and yellow flames slowly rose in his hand. Lin Feng's expression was slightly disappointed, but immediately relaxed. As expected, it was because of the geographical advantage last time. Lin Feng recalled the bewitching emerald green light in the 4-star training field, number 3633, and endless emotions surged in his heart. Although there was only a difference of 1 level, the difference in power between green and yellow flames was more than 10 times. One day, it will become my true strength. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. On the 100-star plate in his left hand, a lone white and golden star flickered. Lin Feng looked around and didn't dare to be careless. This place was a 5-star proving ground. I wonder how strong the martial artists here are. Lin Feng thought to himself. In the 4-star trial grounds, what he relied on was the sudden increase in his firefighter abilities, not his true strength. Being able to complete the mission and obtain the reward was largely due to luck. And now, the difficulty of the 5-star proving grounds was clearly even higher. I'll give it a try. Lin Feng's fighting spirit surged in an instant. The stubbornness and persistence in his heart made it impossible for him to admit defeat so easily, even if it was a losing battle. In front of him, less than 10 li away, Lin Feng quickly found his opponent, a bald man with a long halberd in his hand. They clashed head-on. Fight! Lin Feng's eyes focused, and in a split second, flames rose from both of his hands. The one who strikes first gains the advantage. However, the bald man's expression didn't change at all. His indifferent expression made it seem as if he didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. His body dashed out in a straight line. His speed wasn't fast, but he gave off a very stable feeling, as if he was standing. The fireball in front of him was about to arrive, and at this moment, the bald man's right hand moved. Oh! Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light. Clashing head-on? A mid-level Emperor, Wu actually clashed head-on with a primordial fire that was 3 levels higher than his own. If this was the Sky Martial Continent, this kind of action would make people laugh their heads off. Who didn't know the strength of Sky Spirit Master? But here, Lin Feng only felt a chill in his heart. Chi, a sharp cold light suddenly appeared. The halberd was like a divine weapon, and a faint golden light appeared on the halberd. When the halberd landed, it was earth-shattering. Papa! The fireball was completely shattered. Lin Feng's expression was aghast. He didn't expect his fireball to be shattered in the blink of an eye. That terrifying golden light instantly covered his entire body, and Lin Feng only felt his vision go black. An unparalleled force enveloped him, and in a split second, he lost consciousness. Soul power was of no use at all. Primordial fire was even more completely useless. The difference in strength was too big. The mid-level apprentice exam has ended. The voice beside his ear sounded slowly. Lin Feng's consciousness returned, and he saw a white light shining in front of his eyes. He was back in that familiar space. You received a total of 130,000 starlight points. The pleasant voice entered his mind, and Lin Feng immediately smiled. As expected, he received a lot of starlight points. Of the 15,000 starlight points he received during the beginner apprentice exam, he had spent 14% of them in the beginner training space in less than 4 days. Training in the Sacred Palace consumes too many starlight points. Lin Feng thought to himself. Entering the beginner training space for 2 hours only cost 10 starlight points, but in the Sacred Palace, the cost was 10 times or even 100 times. This time, I have a lot more chips. Lin Feng smiled. At this moment, the familiar voice continued. Returning to the 33 layers of heaven, transmission begins. Just now I didn't lose unjustly. Calmly recalling, Lin Feng couldn't help but nod his head. No matter which aspect of strength, the bald man with the halberd was far superior to him, especially that terrifying attack power. He's a heaven spirit master, Lin Feng thought, and recalled the golden light shining on the halberd. It seemed similar to his adhering fire. But after thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem like it. Adhering fire used fire as the main force, and it was purely additional. However, the golden light on the long halberd of the bald man was more like a kind of superposition, a kind of fusion, as if it was derived from the long halberd's power. There was an obvious difference. Most importantly, the golden light and his primordial fire didn't have the same kind of energy. If he's not a heaven spirit master, then what is this golden light? Lin Feng frowned and fell into deep confusion. At this moment, ding, Lin Feng heard a crisp sound. Transmission complete. You will enter the 31st layer of heaven in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. The countdown sounded clearly. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long sigh and shook his head. Sure enough, there's always someone better than you. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Every time he entered this alternate world, he would always be surprised. Failure? What was there to be afraid of? The key was what he could learn from failure, and what he could see. The deeper he went in this alternate world, the more Lin Feng felt that he was insignificant. He felt that the Sky Martial continent was insignificant. It was as if there was a boundless ocean in the distance, but he was only swimming in a small stream, unable to see the outside world. How big was it? March 4th, noon. On the light screen, the second round of the Heaven Stairway was about to begin. Han Xiling had arrived early in the morning. She sat alone in the corner, gently wiping the long spear in her hand. Her expression was as calm as ever, as if the battle that was about to begin had nothing to do with her. But in fact, Han Xiling's heart couldn't calm down. In the training base, even if it was the strongest Dagu Feng, she dared to fight him. But Lin Feng, he had challenged 3 times and lost 3 times. Every time, the result was a crushing defeat. Han Xiling deeply understood the gap between herself and Lin Feng. It was like a moat. Today's battle, she would definitely lose. But even so, she wouldn't back down. As a martial artist, how could she lose her fighting spirit, lose her courage? Thinking back to the day when Lin Feng challenged Teacher Frost, Han Xiling's heart trembled deeply. Such boldness, such courage. No wonder junior brother Lin Feng improved so quickly. And at this moment, the surrounding clamor gradually calmed down. Blue Hunter's appearance was like a stabilizing needle. The second round of the selection had begun. The first round, Lin Feng against Han Xiling. Blue Hunter said indifferently. Han Xiling stood up and took a step forward. But suddenly, there was a clamor around her. Han Xiling looked over, only to see junior brother Lin Feng disappeared again as if he had disappeared. She was startled. Damn it, he's using the same trick again. Damn, Lin Feng, that bastard, didn't run away again. Damn it, I even bet 100 million Tianwu coins. The crowd was in a mess. Everyone was so angry that they started cursing. This guy, he stood us up again. Little Jin shook his head speechlessly. He looked at Han Xiling and chuckled. That's in line with his character. Blue Hunter didn't seem surprised. He said indifferently, since Lin Feng forfeited, Han Xiling wins the first round. The crowd was noisy. Han Xiling gradually calmed down, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Others didn't know, but she knew very well why Lin Feng didn't appear. Thank you. Han Xiling murmured softly, a gentle light appearing in her eyes. Soon, the second round of 8 battles was decided. Du Gufeng, De Luan'er, Qi Bao, and the other experts all advanced easily. The second round of the selection is over. Blue Hunter clapped his hands, glanced at the crowd slowly, and said, I'm sure everyone knows that the supernova competition is about to begin. At that time, you can watch it in the virtual space. The representative of Hunter this time is his long voice made everyone hold their breaths, especially Du Gufeng and Lei Jiang. They clenched their fists, and their hearts beat wildly. Lin Feng, Blue Hunter said indifferently. Suddenly, boom, the crowd was in an uproar, and everyone was discussing. Representing Hunter in the supernova competition wasn't just an honor, it was a recognition. In the training base, it was the strongest recognition. However, it wasn't Lei Jiang or Du Gufeng that everyone had been guessing, but Lin Feng, an intermediate Emperor Wu. Huff, huff, Lei Jiang panted heavily and said with a red face, Hunter, I don't accept this. Du Gufeng also stepped out, frowning. I don't accept this either. Blue Hunter frowned slightly, and his expression was a little angry. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes caught a glimpse of a figure in the distance. It was striding over, and his eyes flickered. Blue Hunter couldn't help but smile faintly. Lin Feng was here. If you don't accept this, then let's fight. A calm voice suddenly sounded, and everyone looked over. Lin Feng walked calmly, looking calm and composed. He exuded a vaguely domineering aura. He glanced at Lei Jiang and Du Gufeng and said indifferently, Don't waste time. Both of you come together. Wow. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Please recommend, please subscribe. The climax is about to begin. Also, let me tell you secretly, plus the one from yesterday, Xiao Xiao owes you 3 chapters. I'm ashamed at _at. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.